The driveway, basically, center of town, ended up splitting, the farm, oh geez.
What was it, Tanglewood?
The one on the left, just after the interstate, when you go underneath the interstate, the first farm, on the left.
Oh, yeah, no, that's just. What is it, honestly?
Begins with a D.
Burnham.
Burnham.
Yeah, the Burnham, yeah, they have a big chunk of land up there. Still, assuming they lost some.
Or was it, that was just all of ours, right?
That was all of
Okay,
ours,
well,
yeah.
They made him take the right.
Yeah, and
right
I've
away.
got, Emily's printing out just one more thing for me, which are my goals.
Well, yeah, it's crazy to think, so M's folks live up in Newport, Vermont, so I mean, it took the highway a while, 91 to get up. It took 91 north a long time to get up there, so.
We're very fancy now. We've got
All the way down, that
presentation.
was the way. Get down south, right?
Was that the budget?
It is.
Well.
It's my nap time.
So I was saying, this is a very low energy time of the day for me,
It's okay.
where I haven't hit my second wind yet.
My printing capacity was important, so.
The gear shifting.
We had a meeting in here today, so we're a little late in the setup, because it's really good work. It's our ELA committee is planning out some professional development for the year, so they were, we took the space until 3, and they're doing good work. It's good. Sorry, Chico, for the complication.
That's all right.
Sorry, one error, that's just me.
So everybody has a laptop or a Chromebook or something in front of them
That's it.
It's easier to find on my phone than it is for me. I probably just turned my Chromebook in last year in the middle of the year. I said, forget
I
it.
can help you set up the cloud and then it'll all just load in one place.
That would be nice.
Nice work, thank you. It's a cute little thing. Will do the trick. So I guess while we're getting set up, we can orient you a little bit. So we printed out the agenda and just the different work plans that we sent to you previously. And then you have a separate handout for my goals. And then once we get going, we'll start with Erin's activity. Does anyone need water, anything else?
Yeah.
Good to see you all, by the way.
Are we gonna leave this door open or we shut it?
We'll shut it once we get going, I
Okay,
think,
all right.
right? If anyone
You
needs,
to get up and do it.
that's okay. Happy to move around. If anyone needs the guest Wi-Fi, it's right there for you.
Oh, Jeremy, that looks refreshing right now,
Right, yeah, it's a lot of scrolls in the background. Can't wait for winter. Frozen soon enough. I'll take fall.
huh? Oh, I would take fall 8 months of the year.
I would take,
Uh,
I make fall
Just fall and winter.
every day.
I like winter, all the bugs go away
Yeah.
together for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No humidity, no seasonal allergies. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, before we get started, because I see the date on here, are these meetings gonna be the first and third
Yes.
now? Okay, this year, I gotta,
Make sure.
I do appreciate all of you agreeing. Whether you agree or not, I appreciate that you're here tonight. And I appreciate the ones that said, yes, we could change it to tonight.
Wireless stuff not agreeing?
Not quite.
Plug into my laptop, that will be less spaghetti.
I think that would work. We'll make it work.
I'm gonna make it work moment.
Be careful, Katie. Gonna be a little guitar
They're locked in.
behind you.
Right, yeah, right, exactly.
I will trip on that for sure.
Luckily, it'll be on camera.
That's right.
Mhm.
Recorded.
That's right. I recorded from last year. Exactly. Just in case you missed Katie tripping.
And in slow-mo.
That's right.
Jacob, were you able to connect to the Wi-Fi at all?
The what?
The Wi-Fi? Either one?
I was just saying, it wasn't, the air team wasn't working on my computer.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, that was shady. Yeah, that's-
Why do you think
Yeah.
I just pushed an update right before I got here too. I was like, oh, let's find out what's this.
Yes.
Like the QR code on there with untapping face. Oh, sorry.
Chico, do I need to hit record or anything on this, or?
You may as well. We were recording it over here and streaming it to you, but never hurts to have it back.
Recording.
All right, Nancy, I think. Ready?
Ready?
Well, hallelujah.
Thank you, Chico.
You ready? Okay, thank you. And welcome to the Hartford Board of School Directors. That's our school annual retreat. It is August the 14th, 2025, and it's 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And I would like to call this meeting to order. Do we have any changes to the agenda or any additions to the agenda? None? Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it carries. So we're gonna start it off with, connection
Excellent.
with the Assistant Superintendent Aaron Tomlinson.
Thanks, Nancy. So we're gonna do a couple of things. The first one is we're gonna do a one breath introduction. So you have one breath to introduce yourself, to tell us about yourself and one of your favorite activities or a fun fact about yourself. So, anybody like to start?
Sure.
All right, Eric, go ahead.
I'm Garrett Wilson. I'm the IT director at Tampa Valley Aquatic Center, and this is what I think my second year on the board, and I like mountain biking.
I'm Nancy Russell, I'm the chair of the board. Secretary. And I used to be a rescue scuba diver.
I'm Kevin Coach Christie, and I think I'm in cat life number 14, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Coach.
Katie Sutton, Hartford School District Superintendent. Fun fact, I make a really good jambalaya.
Ooh,
I'm Jacob Zena. I'm the Director of Finance. This is my 7th year at Hartford. And I love hockey.
I'm Kathy Lemire. I'm the clerk of the board, still in my first year, and I once nearly drowned in the Nile.
Oh,
This is my fun fact.
Follows it up. I'm Jeremy Warren, first year on board. I graduated Hartford in '96, and I don't know how many guitars I own.
cool.
Aaron Tomlinson, this is my first year in the role of Assistant Superintendent. This is my 19th year in the Hartford School District, and I love to tournament bass fish.
Wow.
So our second activity is we are all going to write a 6-word memoir. So the memoir is going to be thinking about the board's goals and actions. What is your 6-word memoir on the board's impact on the Hartford School District? So for an example, a 6-word memoir could be work in progress, lots to do, as an example. So we'll give you a few minutes to write that down, and then we'll share all of those back out. Anybody need something to write with?
Yes, please. I steal all the pens. They're probably in my truck, but I never bring them. So. Another fun fact.
We'll remember that.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the prompt?
Yes. So the prompt is thinking about the board's goals and actions. What is your 6-word memoir on the impact of the Hartford School District?
Thank you.
Another moment. And we'll share out.
An explanation.
Yeah.
Just put like, yeah, at the end of the note or something.
Being concise.
Put a star.
Really, 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 really.
Jacob, how would you like to go first?
Sure. I did tough but good, far to go.
Oh,
Nice.
we were supposed to connect them.
Oh, I can't wait.
I just have 6 words.
We can find purpose in them.
Leadership, safety, growth, excellence, community, fun.
Very nice of you.
Make Hartford schools better than yesterday.
Nice. I've got students, staff, community, action for purpose.
And just continue our education, progress, not perfection.
New beginnings, new resources, and new research.
Growth is essential to transitions.
Exploration.
Star.
Oh, star, okay. Even better.
Nice.
Working collaboratively to meet students' needs.
Excellent. Some good themes there. Very good themes there. So that's a quick connection for all of us. Nancy, I will turn it back over to you.
Well, you people in for a treat. Because my job, I can't sit still because that's the teacher in me, was to talk about let's see, 4 things here. The board chair, the roles and responsibilities of the board chair, the board clerk, board members, and the superintendent in the district. I'm a storyteller. So I'm going to tell you a little story. And it starts out that, sometimes you just hear things and you got to figure it out. And you hear, what, the school board needs new members. Well, I've been thinking about that. And I thought, I think I might want to be a member of that school board over there and find out what's going on and see if I can help them any. So, but first, you know what you have to do before you can even be on the board? First of all, you got to go down to the town hall. And you got to have 30 people sign up on a little piece of paper that they really do live here in town. And then you have to take it back over there after you go find the 30 people, which is real easy to do. You can just stop them in the grocery store and say, hey, I'm running for the school board. Would you please sign this petition for me? And they never even ask any questions. They'll say, sure, and they'll sign it. So you take it back over there to Lisa, who is our town clerk. And she looks at it and she says, okay, now, remember I told you to get just a few more in case some of these people really are not registered voters, because they have to be a registered voter to count. She'll count them. She'll say, okay, you're on that board. All right, get ready now. Figure out what you're going to talk about. Because, our elections are in the winter. And if you haven't lived here for very long, those winters can get really cold. And the only time that you, as a candidate, can go in there to where the polls are is when you're going to go vote. And you're definitely going to vote for yourself, because you want at least one vote for you. You don't want to have a big fat 0 at the end. So you're standing out there in the cold and you're shivering and shaking, and the people are coming by and they're stopping and they're going, and now, what are you going to do about? And what are you going to do about? Well, what are you going to do about? Oh, well, I like what he said, so I'm going to vote for him now. I'm not going to vote for you anymore. I'm going to vote for him. I don't care if I signed your petition. I'm going to vote for him because he said the right things to me while we were standing out there shivering in the cold. Then Lisa and her helpers have to, at the end of 12 hours, can you believe? 12 hours we're in there voting, for heaven's sakes. We don't have that many people in town. 12 hours we're there. So we get all the count done. Lisa posts it. She starts calling people. She says, okay, you made it. You made it. You made it. And you made it. And you made it. You go, yeah, I'm going to be a member of the school board. Man, I can change things. And then you go to your first school board meeting. And you think, where did these people come from? What were they thinking? Well, let me back up a minute. I forgot. Because the first meeting, you have to elect a school chair. Now, the school chair doesn't really have that much to do. Come on. They call the meeting to order. They call for votes on motions. They argue with people in the audience. And they try to keep peace. And they're trying to help the other school board members that maybe have never been on a board before. This is how we handle things. We have something called policy governance. It is such a different way to think and to go by, and everything has to be according to our policies, everything. As long as it's good for the children who are here in our district. And the board chairs helps figure out the agenda for our meetings with the secretary. No secretaries. With the superintendent. Like 2 weeks ahead of time, because we got to post everything. So if you thought coming on the board was just going to be a piece of cake, you're wrong. It's lots of fun. You get to meet lots of people. There's opportunities. And speaking of that clerk, I'm telling you, that clerk probably has one of the hardest jobs of everybody on the board, including harder than the chair. But you know what the clerk has to do? Oh my goodness. People send in memos, they send in emails, they tell phone calls, and they stand up in our meetings and say, well, I don't like what you're doing there, so you need to change it because this is going to be a much better way. You know what our clerk has to do? She has, if it's in writing especially, she has to sit down and write them a very nice thank you and that we appreciate that their comment. And she has to do it in such a professional way that we have the best one in the past 8 years that I've been on this board. And she does a great job. Now, the one that's not the clerk, and the one that's not the superintendent, the one that's not the chair board, and the one that's not the financial manager over here, well, the rest of you have jobs too. I'm going to tell you right now. You know, you have to go to some trainings. I mean, how old are we? Come on. Go to trainings? What are we going to train for? Well, there's a lot of things to train for. How to run a meeting, what you can or cannot say, you know, and all the new stuff that's coming up for open meeting laws. And you got to be sure that you're following those laws because you can get in some kind of trouble. We don't want to be in trouble with our board. We want our people to know that we are up here working diligently and very, very hard to make sure that every child in our district, no matter what, is getting the best education possible. And we, as a board, are the ones that are responsible for doing that. Katie, our superintendent, sorry, Katie, our superintendent, now, bless the hearts of a superintendent because they have to put up with all of us. We might call them in the middle of the night or send them a message and say, listen, I don't know what to do about this. And that superintendent can help guide us. There's a couple other organizations in our region that help us, and one's called the VSBA. And our district happens to belong to the VSBA. That means that we, a board, can come in and ask them to do a policy audit. And they can come in and do that kind of thing. They can come in and talk to us about open meeting laws and the changes that are coming about now. There's also times that you, as a board member, might be asked to go up and testify at one of the congressional hearings about something to do with our board, or in case it might to do with one of our buildings. Because, you know, some of our buildings here are really old and they've got some stuff that's just seeping out of the window sills and seeping out of the walls. And it's really hard to breathe. And it causes some people some serious illness. So we as a board, one of your jobs for all of us is to be able to talk to the public about that. So we need to be educated on that. We have a maintenance person here that's fully educated on it and is more than happy to share his knowledge on all of this to go. Then you have times that you have to come and do a retreat. Now, doesn't that sound like a retreat? Oh, yay! We're going to go down to the lake and we'll have a picnic and we'll just have a great time and we'll just joke and tell stories to each other. No. That's not how the retreat goes. Retreat is something like what we're doing right now. We're sitting around a big table and we've got people maybe listening to us, but they'll probably listen to the recording. And they'll probably have some more questions for us, and we'll need to be ready with all those answers. And I think that we'll all be ready for those answers because we all have the same goal. And that is, again, to provide the best education that we can provide to our students in our district. And sometimes that means we have to communicate with the community. And that's a great opportunity, actually, for us to be able to let them know why we do what we're doing and why we're doing, how we're doing it, and that we welcome their suggestions and we'll take them into account. Now, nothing wrong with doing that because more heads are better than one or two of us thinking about it all. Let me think, what else does a board do? That's probably basically it. Now, you thought I was going to give you a bunch of papers, didn't you? They had a whole list of stuff for the chair to do and a whole list of stuff for you to do and a whole list of stuff for you to do. Nah. Most of you have heard all the responsibilities and the roles that we play. But through that little story, I hope that you can kind of remember a little one or two of them that are very important to us as a board to work together, to always be there for one another, and that we've got a great superintendent that has helped us through some really rough times already. And now we're headed on that upward hill climb. So instead of playing first aid on everything that we've had to go through this past 6 or 8 months, now it's time that we've band-aided everything together. Everything's done. Now we're going to step forward. We're going to make this the best board that Hartford has seen. And it's going to be because we're all working together and we're all working for that one goal. So this morning I went out and picked some flowers. So here's what I would like for you to do. These are these beautiful sunflowers. Man, it took me a lot of effort this past summer to grow these things in the heat and the water. So I'm going to give you each a flower. I want you to take it home and remember to do as the sunflowers do and stand straight, stand strong, and be sane. And thank you all very much for what you do for the town of Hartford and for the school district. Because I appreciate it, and I know that everyone else does too. That's the end of your roles and responsibilities.
Good, we should clap.
And next, speaking of the board chair, retreat topic, negotiations training, facilitated by our Director of Finance, Jacob. You are next, aren't you? I didn't skip.
I just need to share it
Oh,
with
okay.
the ether world. Works. All right, wonderful. I love when technology works.
Oh, I got it.
Oh,
We
wait,
have a
I'm
very
sorry.
fancy- All right.
That's right.
So I'm going to be talking to you today about interest-based bargaining, otherwise known as IBB, which is how we've typically done negotiations with our unions. So I want to start off with this quote: "The pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity, the optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty." So what is the interest-based approach? IBB is a group problem-solving process conducted in a principled way that focuses on interests of the parties to create effective solutions which can be supported by the entire group. There's been some evidence of success with during the past CBAs. I've done support staff twice now and teachers once. There's willingness by both parties to fully share bargaining information. One of the things is like full transparency. So when we're in the room, there's no elephants in the room. We're talking about all the issues. And one of the things with IBB is we've always had sufficient time before the next CBA expires. There's been absence of clearly divisive issues, and there's always an understanding and acceptance by the process by all involved. So some other names for IBB is kind of win-win bargaining, integrative bargaining, collaborative bargaining, principled bargaining, and mutual gain bargaining. Again, it's working collaboratively and creatively to kind of fix those issues of, hey, what is the problem here? How can we work together to fix it? So this is just a chart of kind of the traditional bargaining, which some people might be more familiar with, and then the interest-based bargaining chart. Obviously, you know, when we're talking about IBB, we're talking about interest, otherwise known by mutual, and then really more of a collaboration instead of, you know, feeling like there's this lose-lose. It's, again, coming together and how can we win-win. So IBB assumes that parties' interests overlap, but not 100%. Obviously, typically, you know, negotiations, you have this like this or that, but again, it's finding those win-win opportunities where both parties can be acceptable and happy with the outcomes. So some factors to consider here. People and personalities, obviously, you know, you got to have the right people in the room and be mindful that, you know, who you're working with. Working style preferences, obviously, you know, we're people, we all think and act differently, so it's something to keep in mind. Constituent politics, obviously, politics get involved at some times, so it's something to keep in mind. And obviously the history, we've been working with the IBB process for at least the past 2 negotiated agreements, and it's been pretty successful. The nature of the issues and then the nature of the relationship, obviously, you know, is there a good working relationship between management and our employees? So an interest-based approach requires open and honest communication. Again, it's that full transparency of making sure that we're leaving everything on the table. This is not poker. We're not hiding things from each other. It's full transparency. And it requires this problem-solving focused partnership and kind of having this open mind to what are the issues, how can we solve them together? So some IBB principles. Again, we're focusing on the issues, not the personalities of the past. Past practice doesn't always necessarily apply, especially when things have been done the wrong way or not the best way. Again, we want to focus on interests, not our positions. And then we really want to focus on the mutual interests of, you know, how can we work together collaboratively to make things better? And obviously, again, we're talking about sharing information, transparency, full transparency, and then kind of developing that kind of mutual respect and trust as we work together through the process to manage and navigate any conflict. Thankfully, at least the past go around, there hasn't really been much conflict when we're talking about things because, again, we're working through things together. So some assumptions and beliefs. Both parties have the right to exist. Both parties have legitimate interests. Negotiations can enhance the relationship. Mutual gain is possible, and mutual trust is the desired outcome. So some more assumptions and beliefs. You can help each other to achieve positive results. Full disclosure of information is critical. Both sides have to trust each other with the information and make sure that we're sharing that information. The evaluation of using objective criteria, not power law strategies, and I'll get more into that when we get through the process. And then, of course, dialogue with constituents, making sure we're having that open and honest communication with each other. So what does it take to make it work? We have to be willing to acknowledge interests on both sides, because again, we're all people. We're not swinging for the fence, we're working towards a deal that both sides can live with. And ideally, I'll get into the 70% rule later on, but ideally it's, you know, it's going to be stuff that both sides can live with because this is a negotiated agreement. We want to do our homework. There'll be certain things, pieces of information that are requested that come up during negotiations that we then bring back to the table of, here's this information. There needs to be a willingness to have open discussion and explore all possibilities. And then all participants actively work on the puzzle. Again, this is working collaboratively to kind of figure things out, talk things through, and figure out the best results. So what else does it take to make it work? Transparency. Transparency meaning sharing all relevant information that you have about an issue in ways that others can understand the reasoning. Curiosity, meaning always seeking to understand what others see that I do not. Challenge with questions, seek first to understand, then be understood. Free and informed choice means members make decisions based on valid information, not pressure from the inside or outside of the group. Joint accountability means each member feels personally responsible for the decisions and is willing to support the decision given his or her role. Ownership is in the outcomes. Compassion means adopting a stance toward others and yourself, which you temporarily suspend judgment. And then we have joint ground rules. The ground rules typically have been kind of an existing document that we'll use as a starting point from previous ones, and then we'll adopt the new ground rules in that first meeting together. So what are some IBD skills? Communication, flexibility and dexterity, and mindfulness. So communication, when we're talking about communication, there's a lot to it. 7% is the words that you're using. 38% is the tone in which you're saying that information, and then 55% of the message is nonverbal. So, are you sitting there, crossing your arms, huffing and puffing, or are you having that kind of positive outlook? Active listening. So you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so it stands to reason that you should listen twice as much as you speak. Active listening requires discipline, concentration, and focusing on the we, not the me. Another skill is flexibility and dexterity, and that's collaborating and making kind of that thinking outside the box, because some of these problems that we're going to face are going to be tough and might not be an easy solution, which is why everyone needs to bring their thinking caps and think outside the box creatively. Mindfulness, going to the balcony, making sure we're kind of taking that step back and going, am I thinking about everything? Controlling yourself with that fight, flight, and freeze response, resetting the clock back to 0. So there's 5 steps in the IBB process. This is just the phase 1 discussion. We have identify and frame the issues, identify individual and mutual interests. Usually by the 2nd or 3rd meeting, both parties will submit their interest list. Most of the times, it's pretty much the same things. There will be a few items that are the same on each list. And then we're going to generate options to kind of address those issues, establish criteria for evaluating options, select a solution using consensus, and then reduce that solution to writing. So step 1, we're going to identify the issue. No statements, no solutions, no defensiveness. We're just, what's the problem here? Facts. We want to listen, be mindful, respectful of each other, focus on the causes rather than the symptoms. No accusations. What can we do? How might we? What might we do? So these are just some examples in which we can frame the issues. One might be separating solutions from the problem. Employees are claiming overtime is being improperly assigned to favoritism. Separate the people from the problem. Present the issue as a question. Frame the issue as a joint problem. Issue could be open to multiple solutions, and frame the issue objectively. So framing the issue. I don't know about you, but this is a pretty weird looking bathroom here. What's the problem? Let's see. We have this door that doesn't seem to quite close. Seems to be a problem. So some examples for identifying the issue. What can we do to make professional development more effective? How can we improve working conditions for employees? How can insurance be more affordable that also provides good coverage? What can we do to enhance the benefits package and work within the budget? Step 2, we're identifying interests. Here we have the conflict iceberg. And the thing about icebergs that I always like to start with is we're only seeing 20%. Face level, you're only seeing the stuff on the surface, which is the facts often stated as opinions, the laws, positions, but really underneath the surface, we're talking about the interests, misunderstandings, perceptions, emotions, concerns, feelings, beliefs, values, needs, and fears that we're not seeing above the surface. So it's something to think about with, human rationale and all that we're making sure that we're thinking about the total picture. So again, when we're identifying interests, we want to think about the why about things. Interests or underlying needs or concerns, the drivers, motivations, root causes. Ask why this is a problem. Be specific and don't generalize. We don't want to put words in other people's mouths. We're just simply identifying the issues. So here we have a neighbor borrows and does not return your yard equipment and tools. You might say, I will not let you borrow more tools or equipment without a specific promise as to when it will be returned. Or you might say, when I want to work in the yard, I want to go into my garage and get my tools or equipment. I don't like to go into your house and ask for my things. And then we might have a carpool member who's frequently late on his or her driving day. You might say, the next time you're even 5 minutes late, we're going to kick you out of the carpool. Or you might say, when I'm late, my boss is on my case all day long. Again, going back to our bathroom, why are we talking about this? We got our door that doesn't seem to close. And then moving into step 3, we're brainstorming options. So brainstorming can be defined as a violent transient fit of insanity, a sudden bright idea, or a harebrained idea. And when we're brainstorming an IBB, we're creating multiple options for each issue. We want to maximize the possibilities for finding the best solution to each issue, and we're combining and dovetailing our encourage. So you might say, hey, what about if we did this? And what about if we did this? Well, the two of those together might be a better fit than the two separately. So some brainstorming byproducts, we have respect for one another's ideas, encourage everyone to contribute their ideas, and no judgment to self or others. Openness to the ideas, group capital, spelling, grammar, many options. The more ideas, the better, the more variety, because again, we're just putting everything out there because eventually something might strike gold and we might have a good option. And we're building our ideas together. We're building and expanding and hitchhiking on all the ideas. So when we're generating options, an option is a potential, often partial way to deal with the issue presented. It is not a proposal because this is interest-based bargaining. So we're not saying, hey, we'll give you this if you do this. We're going, what's the issue? And it might not be complete, polished, realistic, but again, we're putting all those things out there because it's possible that one idea might trigger another idea or spark something like that. And eventually it has to be discussed and evaluated by the whole group. So when we're brainstorming, we want to think about any and all ideas. There's no analysis, no judgment. We're really being spontaneous, round robin, who's got an idea? What is it? We're just putting everything down on paper and we'll evaluate that later on. So brainstorming options. How can we fix it? Do we move the door? Do we cut the door? Do we move the toilet? A couple options. So when we're evaluating those options, there's 3 factors that we want to keep in mind, and that's feasibility, benefit factor, and acceptability factor. Feasibility, benefit, and acceptability. So when we're talking about feasibility, is it capable of being done? Is it workable? Is it affordable? Is it legal? Is it understandable? And is it flexible? does it actually contribute improvement, or are we just creating one problem with another? Does it harm important interests? Does it actually solve the problem? Or are we just throwing money at something because it feels good in the moment? Is it going to be approved by our constituents? And if the option is not approved, why not? Is it worth reworking? Is it BATNA, the best alternative to a negotiated agreement? Will it be perceived as fair and equitable? So we want to think about sustainability, success, cost effectiveness, negative outcomes, any effects, is it plausible, reasonable, elimination of analysis. And what we want to do is narrow that field, combine when possible. Is it feasible? Is it beneficial? And is it acceptable? So when we have our options and you're thinking about what we want to do to our bathroom here, are any of the options feasible, beneficial, or acceptable? So which moves us into step 5, which is solve using consensus and write it up. So the benefits of consensus: decision has been made and reached by the groups. There's creativity, group engagement, commitment to and satisfaction with the process. There's ownership and support. Implementation should be unopposed. It fosters principles of partnership, encourages cooperation, listening, trust, and information sharing. It cultivates trust, and it forms a better relationship. So when we're talking about consensus, we have our no's and our yes, and I'll get into this in another slide here in a moment, but we kind of check the temperature of the room about how we're feeling about things using thumbs. So consensus guidelines, we don't want to trade or bargain. We're not voting, we're treating differences as strengths. We don't compete for individual ideas, and we want to stay focused and stay in the process. So we want to use consensus to select solutions in writing. So thumbs up, that's like, yeah, yep, good to go, liking it. Middle thumb, not loving it. I can live with it, but not really my first choice. And then thumbs down is like, nope, no way, don't like it, no good. So testing for consensus. We want to make sure everyone has been heard. Has everyone weighed in? Can everyone live with the decision? Will everyone actively support the decision? So when we're talking about the 70% rule, that's, I feel at least 70% comfortable. Not really my first choice, but I can live with it. And I'll support it 100%. So blockers, because sometimes we get blocked. We got to stay involved with the group. Don't yield to peer pressure. Blockers have to offer solutions to the problem. You can't just say, well, nope, I don't like it. All right, great. What's an option for you that might actually work? And the group needs to show respect, listen carefully, strive and develop that solution that everyone can support. So again, consensus test, thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways, when we're evaluating options. So we want to use consensus to select solution and reduce it into writing. We use subcommittees to create real-time contract language. Sometimes we'll create that in the moment. Other times it might be a homework assignment where it's like, your group is going to bring one version, ours is going to bring another, and then we'll exchange those in negotiations sometimes. Does the language capture the interests and concepts? Has there been discussion about the language placement in the CBA? We don't want to split hairs and get lost in the weeds, and we want to keep records, track agreements, do sign-offs, because if there is consensus about some issues or topics, one thing that the mediators will always recommend is you do a tentative agreement, otherwise known as a TA, which basically you're writing that information, that paragraph, whatever wording is going to go into the CBA, and both parties, the board and the union, will sign off on that language.
Does that ever change? Later, as you're going through the negotiations, does that ever change?
The TAs?
The TA that you both sign?
Not
Be changed, but
typically.
it stays the same.
It
all
could
the way to
change,
the
but
end.
typically, like, once you've reached the point of that tentative agreement, like,
Right.
all the meetings of the minds are set and like, this is what we're gonna do.
Okay.
So we're gonna write it up, turf to the committee to group review in the next session, use consensus to approve that final language. And again, going back to one thing that Garrett said, again, practice makes progress, not perfect. So ground rules and next steps. We'll establish the ground rules in the first session. Again, typically what we've done as a starting point is use the previous ground rules, and then we'll kind of edit that as necessarily to update it. Facilitation will have a mediator. I'm very proud and happy to say that I talked to a mediator that I think will be able to do the IBB work. As you may know or not know, we used to use the Federal Mediator and Conciliatory Services, which was a federal agency. Person that we worked with, unfortunately, her position was cut. I've been shaking the tree very hard to try and find a replacement without much luck until today. So that'll be something I bring to you later on, and I'm happy to set up any meetings if anyone wants to talk with the mediator, ask any questions or anything like that. We can do that at a later time. One of the other things is the information exchange requests, what info is needed, who will collect it. Again, there's not usually a whole lot of information up front. That's usually stuff that comes later on during the process of like, hey, we want to know how many people are on this or have this or do this. So that information usually comes later on in the process. Meeting schedule and completion date, obviously, something that we want to do is schedule all the meetings up front because it's much easier to have everything planned out ahead of time rather than go, oh geez, we actually need an 8th meeting, like who can meet on this day? Like it's much easier just to get that out all ahead of time when you're doing the ground rules. And then of course, scheduling out the food and supplies. Typically what we've done is we'll trade off on who gets dinner. So, we'll get it the first time and then the union will get it the next time or something. So kind of switching that up. But again, that's something we'll go through in the ground rules.
Is there something in the slides, Jacob, that goes over like the role of the mediator, like what they do and how they conduct themselves and us through the process?
Not really. I mean, their job really is to facilitate the discussion between the union and the board. That's really their role. And based on, the ground rules that we set in that document that we're both going to agree to, it's really going to kind of dictate how they do their job.
So basically, when we're in negotiation and this is our mediator and we're sitting here and we're talking and you're on one side and sit like that, but you're over here, the union's over here and we're over here, and we are doing most of the talking.
Yeah.
And the negotiating until something arises and then the mediator steps in. Is that how that works?
I mean, it's really
one of the biggest pieces in their role is they craft, let's say, the meeting language,
Mhm.
and they facilitate the documentation of our activity. And it's a pretty gifted skill set, because when you're looking at potentially getting to the point of this group might work really well together. Okay, we might, we got it nailed, and then our board folks will come back to the board and the board says, nah. And the teachers go back to the teachers and go, nah. And then we're all sitting there going, what the heck just happened? I thought we were, pretty much simpatico. And that the role of the mediator basically is to help us ensure that the document that we come up with is workable for both of us too. That, that's like the prime piece in their role. That helps.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really a facilitated discussion with them. I mean, it's, hey, here's the issues, how can we fix it together? So, some buy-in and recipes for success, state views and ask genuine questions, share all relevant information. Again, we're not playing poker, we're full cards on the table, being very transparent. We want to use specific examples and agree what important words mean. As I have found in previous agreements, there have been times where, oh, I thought it meant this, and I actually meant this. So it's again, being very clear about what do you actually mean and what are we actually agreeing to. We want to explain the reasoning and intent behind what we do, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it. We want to test assumptions and inferences, jointly design next steps, focus on interests, again, not positions. It's, hey, I'll give you this if you give me this. We're discussing the undiscussable issues. There are no elephants in the room. Nothing's off limits. It's, hey, here's the issues. What are the issues? How can we solve it together? So some more recipes for success here. We want to be open and objective about diverse perspectives and issues. We want to be willing to consider other parties' interests. Just because we think one thing doesn't mean that somebody else has a different opinion or a different view that we might not have seen before. We want to be willing to consider other parties' interests, expect collaborative solutions rather than perfect solutions. We want to be realistic. We want to set aside titles and create an equal playing field. All participants and stakeholders make a full commitment to the IBB and collaborative process. And we want to help our constituents understand the process. So just a few things on the pre-negotiation tasks. Charting method. Again, both parties will create their issues list, usually by the second meeting. And then we can kind of get going. We'll exchange lists. Again, there might be similar or same issues on both lists and some new things. So we'll merge those lists together, make issue kind of buckets. Inevitably, like compensation always usually ends up being the last thing to talk about because it's the most difficult. And then we'll decide the order and kind of package the issues together. So
Can you define, sorry, Jacob, like just based on your experience, and some of the board members certainly have more experience than I do too, but like when you're using language like issue questions, like can you define what that might look like or some examples of what that might look like?
issue questions might be just kind of like clarifying questions about the issue.
But what would an issue be, for example? Like what are some things that you've seen in the past that constitute an issue that would then be negotiated?
Well, for a quick example, the difference between the school day in the different grade levels.
Okay.
And how does that affect our staff in each of those, and that big picture of use of time. And that's pretty heavy duty when you think about little people have certain needs, the middle level has another set of needs, and the high school is, into this. So that's part of the balance.
So again, kind of piggybacking off that, I know one of the things that came up the last time we were trying to talk about decompressing the day, what we could do at the different levels became kind of more of an issue of like, oh, you don't actually have that much time? Like, oh, I didn't know that. And these kind of questions generate more discussion and kind of we learn more things.
Thank you.
Which issue do you think takes the longest?
Compensation.
And then what, health? Does
Um,
the insurance come in there, the health insurance? I would think,
there's
for
not
me, I would
really,
think that would be an issue.
Well, not anymore,
Well, yeah,
because
that's
it's
true, but,
it's out of our
pretty-
hands, so.
yeah, that's very true.
They
That's
kind
very
of took
true.
that
Yeah.
off.
Yeah,
One less.
I remember years past that we just went,
But back when we did have control as boards,
mhm.
Versus, the conglomeration of things that it's turned into, that was an important bargaining discussion.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the variability that we're looking for sometimes. Because there's a wide range of needs, different needs.
Do we have any anticipation of what we might think is gonna be some big issues for this negotiation? Go ahead.
Compensation inevitably will
Compensation,
be.
you still think it's gonna be a big, well, it always will be, but are there any other issues that we're thinking about?
You know, probably the use of time again.
Mhm.
You know,
Use of
that
what?
use of time.
Use of time.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's kind of the 800-pound gorilla in the room all the time. You know,
When you say use of time, Coach, sorry, do you mean like using time off or you mean time during the school day?
both.
Yeah.
You know, when I think of our kids and at each grade level they were in, and those unique differences that the teaching staff and support staff in each of those had to deal with, you know, that is really unique, you know, to that grade level. And so trying to come up with an agreement that kind of keeps all three of those entities happy, yeehaw. Because it's, you know, that's, but having these good, open discussions about it usually comes up with some flexibility, you know, and that's, you know, what Jacob's been talking about is having those clear, open, on the table discussions so that hopefully something's generated from that can be useful. And I think over time we've made some, you know, it's a roller coaster. Sometimes you go, yeah. And then other times it's like, whoa, hang on, hold on, this is gonna be a ride.
May I ask another question? Sure. Before we go? How many of y'all have ever served on done any negotiating with a company or an organization?
For myself, starting a job.
Okay, well, that's what I was thinking, that, because my negotiating experience goes way back, and it's completely different from what we would be doing as a board, which is what I thought was really important that we get some of this information, so, because we're gonna be doing it, folks.
I mean, a lot of people are more used to, and especially when we get, you know, new teachers from other districts that are used to that, you know, really like, hey, you bring your lawyer and I'll bring mine and we'll both
Yeah.
lose. Like, they're used to the traditional bargaining and they get here and they see the IVB and they're like, oh, this is great. It works.
Mhm.
Are there trainings that are done like jointly? I'm just thinking about things like, you know, we do training in advance of hiring, like anti-bias training. And I just wonder, there are like trainings that are relevant, I think, to both parties when you're representing stakeholders in a constituency as opposed to representing yourself, as Garrett just noted. Like, there's a very different approach, and I just wonder, like, is that
Well,
discussed?
what's interesting still is like the SBA, for example, has the webinars.
Right.
And it'll, you know, one of the webinars is negotiation. And then, you know, you'll pick up information there. You know, I over time, I think that some of the best approaches, especially with IDB, is that facilitator is critical because they're the continuous trainer. And what's fascinating, I keep looking at, you know, that header, you know, federal mediation and conciliation service.
Yeah.
They're the folks that we end up hiring, both parties, if you ever get to impasse. So they're used to dealing with unions and management in those up against the wall, lockout, drag out types of conversations all across the country. So, you know, that's why Jake's had such a hard time coming up with a good mix, a good balance, you know, for that person. You know, it took us a while to find Annie, and she was a rock star because she was also a a mediator, the word mediator. So if a contract came to impasse, she'd be the Ghostbusters call.
So one of the tools that we'll use is called flip charting. It's basically like a running minutes of the meeting, at which point we'll kind of outline all the ideas and kind of some possible options and everything. And it's really just like a running document that we'll continue to use each session. We're not, wordsmithing everything. It's just, you're writing down everything that everybody said word for word. Creative spelling obviously is encouraged, and it's, we're not kind of organizing things. It's just kind of, what are the issues? What are the solutions? So caucusing in IBB is not usually allowed. For those that don't know, maybe the interest. Caucus is a meeting or gathering of members of a particular group or organization to discuss and make decisions on specific issues. So, Coach, you can probably give more history than I can, but at least in the 2 times that I've done it, for just the teachers, there's really been one instance of caucusing. And that was really just a short kind of check-in amongst themselves of like, are we feeling good about this? Like, yeah, okay. And then kind of coming back and like, hey, here's what we talked about. We're good. Like, thumbs up. So really, again, in the ground rules, that's something that'll be discussed and settled whether or not we're going to allow caucusing. Can be helpful, especially for stuff about compensation, if it's just kind of a little internal discussion about, does it cover this, this, and this, and kind of take that internal temperature. Process checks, anyone can call for a process check. Again, this might be like, hey, Robert's Rules of Order here. Mediator can also do a process check, and kind of our participants following the established ground rules, using the process appropriately, communicating positively. Are we moving too fast? Are we getting lost in the weeds? Are we sharing information? Are we staying on task, on point, or is there another concern that we need to address? So some final tips: schedule enough meetings, prepare for each meeting, designate a facilitator, and designate flip charters. Again, previously, that person has usually been the mediator, although it doesn't have to be. And I often encourage someone else within the group to kind of take those minutes, because as she used to say, if it was ever called to be a witness, she couldn't supply that document. It was classified. So again, kind of what will that process be if we must transition into traditional bargaining, minimize caucuses, and then again, drafting those tentative agreements and making sure you sign off on those, because when and if it does indeed go to fact finding or something else, that's something that you can hand to them and go, hey, we're stuck on these issues, but this other stuff here we've already agreed to, and the fact finder can then take that and be like, okay, here's this, and like the rest of this, like I'll decide on. So, and again, this is just the kind of collaborative problem solving steps, phases. Again, identifying friendly issues, we're identifying those individual and mutual interests, generating options, establishing criteria to evaluate those options, selecting a solution using consensus, and consensus means all, not majority. And then we're reducing that solution to writing. So, any questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. So, especially, and correct me if I'm wrong, I may be stepping out here on a ledge with it, not having to do so. But listening to the words that are being used in up here, the collaborative and all of the other things that are going on in there, we know what collaborative is, but can you start and say, okay, today we are getting a basic training on bargaining,
Mhm.
the IBB.
Yeah.
So then, what happens next? I mean, yeah, we set the goals, but you're putting us together. What happens to us? How do we get ready?
So in the first session with the mediator and the union. Again, you'll have a similar training or PowerPoint presentation to kind of go over that, what is IBB, what's the process. And then typically in that first meeting, you'll kind of go through and establish what those ground rules are going to be for the negotiations. I haven't seen it done much. It's possible that you could kind of start to generate issues as far as your kind of running list of what we want to bring to the table. But usually that first meeting is kind of like the training of getting everybody on the same page, which the training's kind of been adjusted depending on how many people are familiar with the process. Obviously, if it's new people, it's done kind of more at a slower rate versus kind of like a refresher for those that have done it. But again, it's just making sure that everyone's familiar with IBB and what to expect.
And we, going into it, how do we know what the teachers are gonna want? Are teachers included in on this negotiation?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So there'll be teacher representatives in there
So
with whoever is representing us from the board.
they'll select their people that they want to bring to the table, and you will select who you want to have represent you at the table. Obviously, we're going to have to do some creative shuffling with some conflicts of interest. What's been previously done is like for those that might have a relative that's a teacher, they might do the support staff negotiations or something like that. Again, y'all can decide which one you want to do if you want to get involved in the negotiations.
Because we've got three. We've got professional staff, we've got support staff, and we've got administrators.
Yeah.
So we've got three to
Three
negotiate,
contracts,
and, I don't know if it's ever done like jointly, if like professional and support ever, no.
And it's not that there's any particular, sanctity to having them divided. But the nature of the contracts are so different, between, as you read, through the contracts, you can see, where those differences are, and the needs are different. When you look at like our support staff, for example, and the wide breadth of support staff we have. Right now we have roughly 430 total staff members, and when you start disaggregating that down into the subsets of the contract and the bargaining groups, it really, you get a chance to see those different needs, and then the influences from our community. We're in probably one of the most volatile, positive employment zones, in both states. And a lot of it has to do with, we're one of the biggest employers, VA, Hitchcock, and then all of the, the new aged stuff that's going on as well in the Upper Valley. There's a lot of competition. So in order to maintain, we went through a hard spell, just getting custodial staff, and we had to make some really big concessions, in order to draw and keep the folks we had. And it wasn't just allegiance. I mean, if someone could go across the river and make $5 more an hour, that's a tough competition, especially when it was on par. It's not like they had to get another certification or something like this, but those are all factors, and it's pretty obvious, from the teaching and an administrative position functionality as well.
What kind of time frame commitment does that involve, being part of this group that are negotiating for our staffs?
Typically, what we've done in the past is we'll do 3-hour sessions. So we might schedule out like a 4:30 to 7:30 or a 5 to 8 o'clock or something like that.
Once a week, once a month, once a,
It really depends on when you're kind of scheduling it in that kind of first meeting in the ground rules of like, hey, all right, we can all meet on these days at these times, and kind of planning that.
Yeah.
At least the past 2 go-arounds, like we've been able to kind of finish up negotiations within 7 sessions.
Then when
Again,
do those typically start?
so per the contract, I think we have to start the process by October 15th.
And what's cool is, what Jake was saying, is that if we can get the work done, sometimes, you schedule 7, 8, sessions, and you only need 5. Something, it's happening, that way. Things just are covered, people are satisfied, we come to consensus. It's done, and that's the interesting thing. Sometimes the union, the teachers union especially, gets a lot of pressure from the state union because there's a power balance thing. And it's like, how'd you guys finish your negotiations so quickly? What about come up with a 3-year agreement and all of this?
can you give us an example too of like, the 2 groups that met together now, they set up their schedule and 3 meetings down the road, it hits the fan and now nobody's talking to nobody and something really big has happened. And it's happened.
But the thing is, it hasn't.
Oh, it hasn't happened. Oh, I thought you were gonna say it has happened.
No.
All right, well, my question is, what if it does happen? Then
Well,
I look at,
if it does, the tool allows you the flexibility and
that's
capability.
what I would like for
Okay. See,
our
that's,
audience to hear.
see,
What
that's-
happens if that happens?
Then
Then
because
what's next?
I've had the opportunity to serve on both sides,
Mm-hmm.
both from the teaching side, it was on the policy and negotiations committee when I was teaching, did that for 14 years. So coming from that perspective as a teacher and then coming into the management side, it's like, okay, this is, and it's just understanding
Sure.
that it exists, and let's be respectful of each other. And that's the key. Respect can be very clear. All of those points I think we saw in the presentation, about communication, the respectful nature of the conversations. That's what makes the difference. And we've been able to accomplish that here. I think that's why we've had reasonable outcomes. Yeah.
I just want to bring it up before I forget. There might be some issues that's kind of contingent on what the other does, because I know there was one discussion that we had with the teachers and the support staff, where the support staff were kind of waiting to see what the teachers did, because obviously, what you do for one group, you're going to do for the other group. So sometimes it's kind of like contingent on, well, we're waiting to hear what happens with this, and then we'll decide what happens with the other group. So that has happened.
And usually, again, if it's down to, that percentage, increase. Because they're all linked together. The support staff piggyback off, the teacher's contract, the administrator's contract is piggybacked off of that. So there's a direct correlation to that magic number that is arrived at with the teachers, especially.
Can you talk especially for if anyone happens to be listening on, about what is the fact finder? When does that come into play, if it has to come into play? What do they do and why are they brought into that?
So I mean,
Go ahead.
if it gets to a point where we're at an impasse and there's just no movement whatsoever, the fact finder can get involved, and it's not always the best, because sometimes what gets decided for you isn't necessarily what you wanted to have happen in any of the ways. So it's cleaner if you kind of work it out at the table rather than giving your power to someone else to decide your fate.
And that's basically what the fact finder is doing.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people understand what all the terms mean. Like a fact finder, well, of course you're using facts, you're giving facts out there. Why do you have to have somebody to come in and find facts for you? But
Well,
it
the
was,
process.
yeah, I understand that, yeah. I know
To
it
help
is.
clarify
Right, yes,
for
thank
the
you.
public
Yes, go.
is the question that Nancy asked about what happens if, that's when the fact, that's impasse. You're at the term that would be considered impasse. We've done everything we can, and it's like, oh man, we're not getting there. And eventually you have to do something. And that do something is say we can't figure it out. And when we say we can't figure it out, we're at impasse. And the next step in impasse is to have fact finding. And that's when that determination is.
Thank you.
Can you clarify, one thing that I think is unique to our district and isn't, necessarily the case in all districts, is that we have administrators association. But there's no like Vermont body that, that is associated with that. So I wonder if like, just for all of our own edification, if to like better understand the origin of that, and if there's a distinction between the way in which we enter into that process that might be different than the other processes as a result of the fact that it's unique, or is it the same process, or what does that look like?
At least, Coach, you might have more history here, so feel free to chime in, but at least historically, like, the administrator contract hasn't been part of like the IBB, where we're meeting with a mediator to kind of facilitate those discussions. It's really been more like one or two administrators meeting with, at least formally, the superintendent, and kind of working through what they want in their new contract.
And that's been historical.
Okay.
And going back as far as I can, recall, that's been part of the reason we've had so much continuity over time.
Yeah,
It's
I believe
because
that.
of
Yeah.
because it is that unique. And, because, it's not like there's just this plethora of administrators going on. And so it's a pretty competitive market. So that's why it's mission critical to, without, making a super hierarchical system, just being cognizant of where people are and what their needs are, and how do we keep them, interested and supported in their roles here in Hartford is key. Is really key. Just, I think that's.
So there's not typically board representation at the table there. It's typically between superintendent and representatives from the administrators association.
There hasn't been in the direct because there's not a lot of, their contract is probably the most direct, and there's not a lot of like issues. It's more detail oriented, and the relationship that the superintendent has with the administrators, and especially with the AC, it just makes it so much easier for the superintendent to do that piece for us. As far as the communication, you know, that's done, you know, in that really, you know, in that crafted piece around the evaluation and, you know, subsidy of administrators, you know, or employees under open meeting law. So, you know, that's that other piece.
Do y'all have any questions? Does need any clarifications on anything?
Not yet.
Well, I guess I'm just thinking, so ultimately, so let's say, you know, we come to a happy agreement for both sides, and then we ultimately have to present that as a part of the budget to the voters, right? So then what happens if that's not approved by the voters? Do we start this whole process again? Or do we look at the budget in other areas? How does that work if we've created the tentative agreement and everyone's on board, but then ultimately the voters have the final say?
It's usually through the budget. You know, that's where the whole crafting of the budget is mission critical, you know, for us. You know, the compensation piece is just a subset.
Right.
You know, of the budget, the overall, you know, document. And so crafting that and having a very clear understanding, you know, as to how we got there, you know, is really important. That's why, you know, at the end of each of the sessions, there's a short statement that we craft in each of the groups. And that's presented at the board meeting, that the negotiating team from the teachers and the board, you know, met X number of times between now and the last board meeting, and this is our statement. This is where we're at. We've executed a number of tentative agreements. You know, we are now finalizing, you know, our discussion around compensation. And it's that simple, you know. You don't get it, well, we got beat up and knocked around on this one or that one.
The last time we did negotiations, we did not finish with the support staff until after the board had finalized their budget. And the previous board ended up agreeing to another 0.5% increase, so I kind of had to find that in the budget. So it's better to get it done and started before that, so we have everything covered.
And then Katie, are you like neutral in this process as
I mean, that's something
like,
that,
chair of the board, but also
Yeah.
administrator?
I mean, it's something that I've asked other superintendents about, because obviously I've never gone through this process. And you know, there are superintendents who do this very differently. I know that one who I, you know, meet with pretty regularly is like, I don't do negotiations because I need to be available when something comes up in relation to personnel, and I don't want to have that conflict of interest. So that will be a question that I will have, you know, to the board about like, what should my involvement look like? What has it historically looked like? And as Nancy has said to me previously, like, you know, is this an opportunity for us to look at what we've always done versus what we want to do and think about, you know, what makes the most sense? You know, to me, it doesn't matter, other than I want to make sure that I'm working really effectively with all parties involved. And so if there's a conflict of interest, and if there is, you know, something that that could present conflict, I ask you all what you think my role should be in the process, and I do what you think I should in terms of what my involvement is.
Having done it now for a little bit, and thinking about, you know, the comment, you know, back to your point, Aaron, about, you know, our six words. You know, I think about transition. And every time we have those, it's an opportunity. And what I'm noticing is at this point of transition, you know, structures are evolving. And it's kind of cool. So we want to make sure that we continue to meet every single one of those comments in those 6 words. And how we do that is by continuing to talk and utilize the skills that are starting to very clearly show themselves. The structure of your administrative team, and not your administrative council, but your administrative team, is vastly different. Positively. And so what that does do for you is it puts you in a position where you can guide the process better instead of being directly involved. When I look at organizational structures, why would the superintendent need to be doing the HR side of negotiations when he or she has a chief financial officer that has to find it? And he or she is in that role of dealing directly with, where do we come up with, you know, these funds, and all of the steps getting there. And you know, looking at some very successful organizations over time, I've seen it where the administrator that's doing that role for, let's say, the CEO, has generally been the chief financial officer as far as negotiating. You know, so, you know, you've already opened that opportunity for change. And so that's just my reflection.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
You know, and it does give you that capability to have that time to kind of see how things are going to roll.
Right, because I can see that there can be some conflicts of interest, you know, when you're like, when people think that maybe you're behaving in a certain way in other dealings because of the tie to that, that can be really problematic. So you know, that was the first I had heard of it when I talked to my superintendent colleague, and then I was like, oh, like, I can see that. But you know, again, I know that historically that's not, I don't think that's what's happened here.
Any more questions?
I have one question, Nancy, just because it hasn't necessarily come up explicitly in the VSA yet, in the Superintendent's Association, but I wonder if there's been chatter at the VSBA about how potential, you know, redistricting and consolidation is impacting negotiations. And if there's any, like, you know, anything that we need to anticipate as a result or consider as a part of negotiations in anticipation, or is it just full steam ahead, just do what you normally would do?
Yeah, everybody's still kind of in the quandary, just the same as we know what we want for our district, and we know what we want to go in asking for, but we don't know what's coming out of DC, and we don't know what's coming out of Montpelier, and how that's going to affect how we're gonna be thinking at that point. So in long answer, no, we haven't come up with a statement yet because of all the changes that are going on. And we just don't have a statement ready to go out. We're looking at it, we're thinking about it, we're talking about it, but it's still not, there's no guidance as such at the moment. There's just so much still hanging in the air that we don't know what's gonna happen for sure. I know that doesn't help anybody, but,
But I think what, we need to kind of focus on is what we talked about around the table about
absolutely,
our goals.
right,
Because that's the drive right now. What do we control? And we control that future. And at the end of the day, that's what we're gonna end up fighting for, with whoever we end up fighting to do the election. And, we'll be ready. We've got, a very competent, team. We've got a lot of good history, and it's just gonna keep getting better. And that's, that's the backbone, I think. So if we can come up with good agreements, for our, each of our 3 contracts, that'll be solid. And it might be a potential model, for, other entities to use
Right.
as well.
and each board, you're right, each board has to do what's right for them right now. Because we can't keep waiting for the what if, or when, because
Just move forward.
yeah, just move forward in the way that we feel best for our district and what we know is gonna be right for our kiddos here in our district, to give them the education that they deserve to have, that we can provide for them now. And then if we have to change it, well, then we'll sit down at the table and rethink it and change it to fit whatever model is told that we have to go with.
That's how we can show up as leaders
Yes,
in an uncertain,
absolutely, yes, absolutely.
to quell
Yes.
any anxiety of all of those what ifs.
Right, yeah. And people are concerned. People are scared. People are very anxious. They're all of those things right now. And I can certainly understand all of it. So, and as I was thinking, may I change the subject for just a quick second? As I was telling my story, I don't want you guys to think that I am taking this in jest. Because I do know that for all practical purposes, all of us here in this room know what our responsibilities and our roles are. I wanted to make it a little fun and to emphasize a couple of things. And for whoever might be listening, that we do take this very seriously. There is a lot of time involvement that when I first went on the came on the board, I had no idea the involvement of time that it was going to take. And as I progressed further and further, it's taken more and more time. I mean, my meetings today started at 8 o'clock and I had to hop off one to answer a phone from Katie. And it's just been like that all day, and it's been like that right now. I think it's probably for the rest of the year. But I think the time is so worth it. And I know for the ones of you that still have little ones at home, sometimes that time is very difficult. And I can certainly understand that. And that's why the SBA was so gracious to, from one webinar to shot it to me. I mean, we were on our way to Montreal and I literally had it on my phone within 10 minutes of that meeting, of that webinar ending, so I could get it shot out to the ones of you who couldn't attend that webinar. I just think it's really important that the public knows too that the amount of time can be a little daunting at times. And we understand that, and we hope the public understands that sometimes it's just not possible for us to be at a meeting, or it's, whew, man, I've got to step back here. I feel like I'm sinking. I need to step back and let somebody else take over this for a little while until I can catch my breath type of thing. But again, we're doing it for the kids. We're doing it for those kids that you guys are still have in school. and grandkids, the grandkids too, that are in the school. So that was my extra, sorry. All right, back. Any more questions or any other concerns that we might have?
So Jacob, you talked about when it usually begins by, when does the end of it with budget seasons to make sure that all of that coincides?
In a perfect world, like early January. At least historically, because of all the needing to post everything, the board has kind of usually approved their kind of board budget by the second week in January. But
So we kind of back out of it. Okay, so we know when we have to start. We know where it ends. So we take the end date and kind of go, okay, if that last publication is January 19th, okay, how do we get 7 meetings with holidays and the beginning of, the transition of vacation, all that good stuff in between October 15th and that time? So that's usually what we end up doing at that first, couple of meetings is, okay, everybody open your calendars, which day works best. And then, there's a kind of a mutual piece where, because it's a dinner thing, this, we'll host one, they'll host one. We'll host one, they host one, back and forth, that way. So that piece is shared. So there's a lot of mutual admiration, I'd say. And that's why I like this methodology. It just opens that up. So, but that's the calendar piece.
Can I just clarify one thing? When you're saying 7 meetings, is that in total, or is that about 7 meetings per each group? So
total.
okay. Like teachers, support staff, not 7 meetings.
Not 21.
Not 21.
No.
Okay, okay. 7 total for the
21.
different
7 total
groups.
for each
hours
group.
each.
Okay.
And I mean, previously, unfortunately, due to scheduling with the federal mediator, I feel like we started kind of mid-November or late November, which for me is kind of too late. So it's the person that I spoke with today, their schedule is pretty flexible and open for October and November. So they have the capacity to be able to start earlier, which would be preferential to me.
Well, that's what we talked about, in this round when Annie got cut, is, how do we make this work in this situation to our advantage? And so actually this is a pretty positive outcome, even though I still wish we could have kept, working with Annie. Having a federal entity, like this mediator, and having flexibility to get an earlier start, obviously is to our best advantage.
And I mean, the one thing that I'm gonna need from you all on is kind of where you wanna go as a starting point. When I'm starting to build the budget and I'm presenting you kind of that kind of 50,000 foot view in November, at that point, you kind of need to give me a little bit of guidance of hey, we want you to budget X% for this group. And that's kind of what we're running with. And obviously, if it changes, we'll adjust, but I'm gonna need some kind of idea about we think we wanna get to X%, so.
A lot of that's looking at the data, what do we have, what have we had, what's been built in, and then, what's going on around us, as well.
Is there a ballpark percentage of increase that it stays within?
Um,
I'm assuming it doesn't decrease, so.
no. I feel like I know this last contract was kind of an outlier, but it's usually the 3 to 7%. And then obviously, if you decide to negotiate, subsequent years, there's flexibility for that.
What does that look like in terms of I was, listening to the presentation and thinking about the sharing of information, right, and the feasibility. I would imagine that you'd probably want to get ahead of that sharing of information so that that feasibility discussion is real, like,
Well, that's one of the things that happens, like during that process. Once the teams are picked, then you can start building the spreadsheets. And those spreadsheets are done through a Google Doc so that they're visible, by the negotiating teams, those two negotiating, teams. So as we're looking at, the structure, of the tables, and whatever miscellaneous piece, it's all charted. So that, we know early on, how close we are.
How soon do we need to be naming these teams? How soon do we need to get these teams organized?
Sooner the better.
Like yesterday?
Next board meeting. No.
So
You
then,
have, negotiating committees that you announced in March when your new board members were elected.
now they know what it involves.
Too late.
Too late.
Names in the minutes.
I was gonna say, yeah, we got elected to those committees before Milo was in there.
And who was, I know Coach is on that.
Yeah, and
Who else?
I got there, but 21 hours worth of meetings is rough in
Seven,
the evening.
seven.
So well, 21 hours worth of meetings, 3-hour sessions, roughly 7
Oh,
p.m.
oh,
sessions.
hours.
But you have different teams for the different groups.
Right.
So you would only go to the support staff meetings or the teacher meeting or the whatever.
So it's just the two of you on that committee?
7 times 21. Is that what you're saying?
Hours.
Well, yeah, 3-hour sessions,
Oh,
roughly
3-hour
seven,
sessions,
seven sessions, right?
Yeah,
Regardless
that's-
of which group, so it's still roughly 21 hours.
21 hours.
meetings. So-
I mean, it can always be less. I mean,
Yeah.
I say on average, at the very least, like book out 7, because again, it's easier to get all that ahead of time rather than get to the end there and go, next
We
one
need two
is-"
more meetings.
Yeah.
And it's in the busiest time of the year for everybody.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
But
that's-
if we schedule and we've been fortunate, in the past to be able to complete before the submission of, final paperwork, so that's January, 20th, roughly, towards the end of January.
what time of day are the sessions usually?
It's usually in the afternoon, evening, so we might do like a 4:30 to 7:30 or a 5 to 8, something like that.
Where are they typically?
What's it?
Right here.
Here.
Oh, in this.
are they warned meetings?
No, that's not a,
I think the outcome is what needs to be public, but I
Right.
don't think the
And
negotiations
that's-
are subject to.
See, that's the statement that each of the teams puts together.
That
That's
goes back
what
to the board
Comes
meeting.
back to the board meeting, and that's the activity.
Got it, yeah. Makes sense.
And then there's not a quorum of the board because there's
Mhm.
only 2 members, so,
That's right.
that's the other.
anything else? You're thinking over there.
Well, I'm just wondering, so because of the conflict of interest, I would still like to see the proceedings, but I think that would still be a quorum if I was in the room. Just for being a junior board member and not having experienced it, I think I can see it, but
Well, y'all would come back even with me in the room before and give a brief little,
yeah, it's that statement, right?
yeah.
Versus, oh, That's it. I was like, now I gotta go over and replicate that same kind of jazz in
Yeah.
my committee.
Yeah.
Or my aspect of, that kind of thing. And that's what makes some of this work a little more difficult because, that, it's a hard one to train for or to observe when you can't. Or, if you did, it would just, it would really stretch it out more. Because,
Anything else? Should we go ahead and take our break a little bit early? Break was supposed to be at 5 and it's 6 still? And then dinner should be here around 5?
Should be.
And then we can start, we're gonna do a working dinner so that we can hopefully get through.
Nancy,
Yes.
maybe what we could do is ask for a meeting to just look at, I'm trying to figure out a way to help Jeremy know that question. No, I mean,
Yeah.
it's valuable and it's important,
What, so
especially for new members.
is it a violation of open meeting law
Yeah.
if it's a Zoom and I'm the only, or like maybe, Kathy and I are the only two on it, but we're not participating in the conversation? We're just there seeing how it's played out. I don't know, that's probably a burning question, but
No, well, the thing, because there are negotiations and the structure right now, they're not recorded.
Right.
So, that makes it a little difficult in trying to get that piece. What I was getting at as far as a discussion at the board level is, if you don't mind, I can meet with Jacob and see if we can pull together materials that won't affect, process, they get us hung up on something.
Right.
But are helpful to the rest of the board saying, oh, that's interesting. Because, some very extensive notes are taken, and being able to share them in a good instructional format is what I'm trying to process. How can we do that so that you go, okay, now I understand what I was talking about with this? Because, you can see during the course of time, coming up with the last 3-year contract. Because a lot of organizations don't get 3-year contract. We're pretty fortunate that we've been able to negotiate long-term. So I think if we can figure out a way to get, some training, pieces that we could put in Google Doc, so that you can go in and go, okay, so that's what they were doing. Oh, okay, that makes sense. If that would be helpful.
yeah,
I think it would be
just
very-
from- Yeah, we're coming in pretty blind.
Yeah, that's,
But even with the board members who are in the contract negotiations in the room, don't come back to the board as a whole and say, these are the conversations that are happening.
Are you able to participate remotely? Or do they have to all be in person?
Well, we can, because during COVID, we had to. And that's where all of that came from.
Yeah, I honestly don't know if I'd be able to all of the sessions. So my questions are around like what happens if, how many board members need to be present at one? Does only one board member need to be present? Or does the whole team need to be there or be able to participate?
You know, we've had really good attendance. You know, I think that's why it's worked so well, as far as getting, to a good conclusion. But to answer some of those, just to help in indoctrination, as far as getting a better understanding, I think we could probably come up with, a way. Work discussed, it's more.
Is it only if, I think there has to be a majority in discussion, so, because it's the same thing, we could have a quorum if we email everybody on the same chain, or if we respond to everybody, I mean, that's a quorum.
Yeah.
A shared file can be a
That's why we
quorum.
don't do it.
Right, but if the 2 people or 3 people that are not in this meeting room and part of the discussion have no input other than they're just listening in, is that the violation?
That's why I'm suggesting.
Oh, I'm
we have-
pitching Bernie anyway.
Yeah, as far as saying, Bernie, what do you think?
Because if it's a hard no, then it just rules it out. But yeah, I think it would just be helpful from an experience perspective to see.
Get back to your point about being informed, that's when we have those executive session discussions around the detail prior to the findings. Because, there's one big catchment area, for, negotiation, with, that could adversely affect the position of either of the 2 parties. So we have that aspect. So in executive session, to have a team, be it the teacher team or the support staff team, come and say, we're in a quandary here. Which direction do you want us to lean? As the board as a whole. And that's a discussion point versus a decision point, because we'd actually have like this decision point done in open session. We can have that other discussion and basically do the straw poll piece.
If I may,
Please.
so that you don't get into trouble for taking your straw polls in executive session, you're not going to come out of the session and say no action was taken. You're going to come out and say, you should come out and say, the board supports the direction of the negotiating team.
And that's what we
Because, right, because otherwise,
do. You're walking on quicksand.
you're already halfway in. You're not walking, you're going down.
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
It's not made easy.
No. I mean,
Yeah.
it's inherently made so that it's hard to do the work because you can't have a conversation. I mean, I guess,
That's what I've always said.
you know, the larger boards that have 20 people, sure, you can have like, 9 people on the same email and you could actually have a discussion. With 5, it's not.
Kind of hard, isn't it?
So,
It's always been tricky.
Yeah. and there's benefits to having a smaller board.
So I still wouldn't take that 15
No.
person board.
No.
Oh, those methods
Still wouldn't take it.
are just incredible.
Do I need to move? Do we need to make a motion to take a break?
Don't
We
think
don't,
so.
do we?
No, it's on the agenda.
We're on break.
Working dinner is on the agenda.
Oh,
We are still very much connected though, so they're gonna watch us
I
eat.
keep,
My
Is there-
connection keeps dropping.
is there anyone on
I
there?
don't have a connection.
Yeah.
at
I
all.
had it and it just, I
I'm
couldn't,
connected here. That's all.
I couldn't keep notes.
I'm
Oh, I don't have to do
leeching off of
Your
cell phone.
hotspot?
You don't have notes, Kathy, for the beginning part?
I kept trying, but it kept dropping, so I will go back through the
And
recording.
recreate them? Oh, I can do that.
Because I know it was my job.
No, it's fine.
This is for you to stand strong, stand straight, and be sunny.
And
that will be easy for you.
I need to stand straight. Oh, Kevin, it's nice to see you in person.
Yeah.
I was at the Moonlighters concert at the Hotel Coolidge last night, and Doug Heaviside Senior and Carol were there, so I watched them from the back. And at one point, she turned around and he turned around, and I was trying to give them the wave, but I couldn't, but, so he's out and about, which is my point,
Yeah.
like, I did not talk to them, because my mother was ready to leave before the last song played. She said, "I'm ready to leave." I said, "They just said they have one more song. I think you can stay."
So at least we get good use out of those facilities. Those Wednesday nights are pretty cool.
I was smart. I called in the middle of the afternoon. I called the rec department and asked if it had been moved, because my mother's favorite thing to do was go to the concerts, so. Are there people on Zoom? There are?
I saw one
I
person
saw
log
somebody
out.
leave. Oh, yeah, Eric Christie popped on and popped off there.
Oh, then we should be talking about it. Why can't we sign on, Eric?
There might only be one person there, that little icon at the bottom with the one on it,
Oh,
but that very well could be us, or potentially the,
can I tempt you with a slice of pizza?
What kind?
I'll tell you. Let's see. This looks like cheese. This looks like vegetable. And this might be
Chicken
chicken
bacon
bacon ranch.
That
That
sounds like
sounds good.
that sounds like a hit.
So Jacob, I'm gonna see if I can hop on your hotspot and then send, at least like send this to you. If that's okay.
There's salad too. Do you want a little salad, Kevin?
we connected?
Are you having connectivity problems?
Yes, I'm on a hotspot.
Okay. You're welcome.
He's not.
Password?
How are we broadcasting?
I don't think we are right now, but I am recording or trying to record the meeting, which maybe hopefully CATV can then upload to YouTube.
It did say Eric Christie left the meeting.
Yeah.
So something is.
You're on territory
Sherry, how are you?
from years ago, I remember. When you're in the contaminated space.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, hopefully I'll pull through. Yeah, that was a few years ago, wasn't it?
Well, considering I've been retired for 9 years.
I guess that was quite a long time ago.
How are your kiddos doing, Stinky?
I'm working harder now than I ever did.
So nonsense, let me get ready to put the doctor.
Oh. It's just around the corner, isn't it? Wow. Summer's gone fast for me. Has it gone fast for you?
Yes.
Is your preschooler going to kindergarten now?
We're doing kindergarten next year.
Yeah.
So she can take the bus home.
Oh, nice.
That's a game changer.
Won't have to leave every day at 2:30 to go pick her up. I mean, I'll miss it, but it's kind of nice.
I can give you a driveway to sit in at 2:45 if you want. It's only 3 days a week. Want me to look for a knife, Kevin? Okay. Does Bernie sit in on your negotiation sessions now?
No.
We are definitely driving. Not there with the meeting.
Are we not on now? We're on now. Okay. Cheers, everyone.
Must be you found a sitter unless you have your children tied to your desk.
I found my husband.
Oh,
He came back early from his trip.
so nice.
Yeah. Is that it? So, thank you.
Nancy, are you on the sub list again this year?
Yes, ma'am. It's still the same as every other district in the state, still dire need. Only like 2 days and boom, the answer was back from
Kathy, can you elaborate on the Nile thing?
Yeah, it was, whitewater rafting. I got tossed out of the boat. And, was caught in a current and they were telling us ahead of time, just wait, it will eventually release you. But I was panicking.
In 3 days, it will release you.
Yeah, and, it was just like, it was just like slightly where, the water was kind of flowing over some rocks and I was just caught in that and it was just like pounding down on me. And, they had guides and kayaks, like going alongside us who pulled me out. And my husband said, like, I came out of the water like first like deer in headlights and it was incredibly scary.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, you just have to get on the boat and keep going. So, because you're in the middle of
There's more.
nowhere. Yeah, and it's like, and I was like shell shocked and like, but get over your fear than to just keep on going.
Where did that happen?
We were in Uganda. Yeah. It was fun. Eventually.
Well, before and after.
Yeah. Once I was out of the water, it was fun.
How long were you there, Kathy?
About a month.
Wow.
We did my husband was in graduate school during his break. We were both in public health and went and did some public health work in clinics and board round and I was mostly working we were working with a nonprofit. I was working in some labs, public health clinic labs.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Just looking at like hundreds of malaria slides all day long. All day long.
Well, you know how to have a good time.
Wow. Katie, how's staffing in all those schools?
Staffing's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
I get to, which is one of my favorite things to do, meet all the new staff. So anytime we have a new hire who's professional staff or administrative, I usually hire the administration, but I meet with them. And I welcome them and we, set salary and go over benefits and all that. So compared to last year, because there was like a backlog of those meetings. And so it was just like super concentrated for like the entirety of July, basically. It's been like this like lighter stream of like really civilized, like spread out meetings. And I think the administrators did like a really good job of like really being on top of hiring. And, of course there are some outstanding positions that we're looking to fill in special education and paraprofessionals. But, we're looking pretty good. It's pretty great and they're wonderful hires and it's exciting. Really exciting.
Special ed is a real problem all over the state.
Yes.
One of the meetings I was in today.
I think comparatively, again, even in that realm, we're doing really well. Just nice. I just met with a special education teacher today. Great, like, really wonderful. So, yeah, so it's like looking good.
Good. Also talked to a couple of people. Got the new principal,
Mm-hmm.
if they already knew him. And we're really excited that he was going to be there. So that was always nice to hear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
What's the news book?
we've done well, and I would say that in general, just talking to my superintendent colleagues and some of my former principal colleagues, like it's been a better year across the state in terms of hiring. not quite as challenging as it has been in previous years, and
Right.
certainly since COVID. So, I'm hoping we're starting to we'll see.
Go back to
Talk
normal.
about, some of the political, stuff in the background that could impact
Right.
all of it. But
Yeah.
I think this was like a year that looked a little bit more like normal, quote unquote, from pre-pandemic days, at least from my vantage point. But I've been hearing that a lot from colleagues. That's it looked like a more normal year this year instead of like scrambling and frantic and
Right. Sorry. There's no brakes on it too.
Nancy, do you want me to start kind of
Sure.
going over some of these updates? Okay.
Absolutely.
Jacob's gonna put a slideshow up on the screen. And what I wanted to start with is the redistricting task force and their work. So I don't know, I know Coach knows because he's intimately connected to the legislature, but that the task force was developed, composed of retired education officials such as superintendents and business managers, former retired business managers, as well as state legislators. And they began their work at the beginning of the month. They had their first meeting, which was largely establishing, their time together, their work together, some ground rules. But what I thought would be helpful for you all to see is that the AOE, the Secretary of Education, gave them a presentation that I just thought you'd be interested to know what was included in that presentation, because I think it will give us all a better understanding of what the task force is considering when they are thinking about consolidation and redistricting and how that's all gonna flesh out. So this is kind of like an FYI of what they saw, but also I'm hoping it will be helpful to us in thinking about okay, so these are some of the things that they're thinking about as they approach their work. Yeah, thanks. It's just operating out fully online. Thanks. All right. Yeah, just right out the door and then to the left. Yes. All right. So some of the information that was presented was an overview, a concise one of what's now Act 74, 73, what was H 454. Presentation of some data, the challenges in collecting data to date from the AOE, and then some recommendations that the state is making for the process and the way in which this task force approaches the work. So she gave an overview of the landscape, that there are 51, SUSDs, there are 118 districts, there are 287 schools, and there are a little over 80,000 students in the system right now. And then just a little bit more information about the districts and the grade levels that are in each district, that it varies, that not all districts do operate K-12 systems, and some operate certain grade levels, but tuition out for high school, for example. So there's some variation there. So again, the overarching goals that, districts shall have, to the extent practical, And ADM, average daily membership, is what ADM applies to. So that's some educational acronyms here. Not fewer than around 4,000 and not more than around 8,000. But again, I think operative in that is like practically possible. And then that the proposed new districts or supervisory unions in supervisory districts, to the greatest extent possible, again, grand lists and pupil count balanced among the districts, demographically equitable, so considering things like, free and reduced lunch population, special education population, et cetera, and present the least amount of disruption to students as possible. Again, all of these things kind of like soon to be defined. I don't really necessarily know what that means, like amount of disruption. This is inherently disruptive. So I don't really know what that means, but that remains to be seen. With the purpose that the AOE has put out there since the outset of this work, that there is creation of equitable opportunities for all students. And again, I think people define that differently. So some of the data points that the AOE is recommending the task force consider based on the now Act 73 language are average daily membership. So again, that's like how many kids come to school every day in your district. And usually that's broken down by school. And what the 10-year school enrollment changes look like. So they'll often, and you'll see some data related to what those changes have been over time. And usually they look at that by region. So you'll see that we are in the Southeast region and that they don't necessarily disaggregate further because, I think what you'll see when in the one slide where it is broken down by SU and we're considered SU 54, our enrollment has stayed pretty steady over time, especially in relation to the Southeast region. So there are districts in the Southeast region that I think have suffered more from, enrollment changes in the decline than we have. But nonetheless, if you're in the region, that's how they're looking at your enrollment. So it does look not as great in the Southeast region. But average daily membership is a consideration. Enrollment changes are a consideration. Current district and town boundaries and other historic and current community connections, any regional services that are available is, I think if you're thinking about this as a plus, you'd want more regional community resources. You'd want more designated agencies. Those are the things that if they're concentrated in your area, that could be a draw for creating a district around that. Again, they added in, some of what we've talked about in terms of geographic and mostly topographic challenges in terms of rivers and streams and mountains that make transportation more of a challenge. Population distribution in the region, location capacity and facility condition, index score of current school buildings that again has yet to be done. But that is going to be a part of the consideration. What is the state of your facilities? What are they looking like? Very pertinent to us, obviously. Transportation we talked about, but employment patterns and practices is another area where if you think about where we are situated, could be beneficial to us. Grand list values, current education spending, student demographics, and then, thinking about the debt and liabilities and assets of each district is going to be important in the consideration. Staffing levels and salary scales, that again is connected to our conversation about negotiations and what I think Coach really aptly brought up, which is if we have some good agreements in place, that could be seen as, a model for the state. opportunities to support local elementary schools, middle schools, and regional high schools. And I think by support, meaning consolidation or closure or closure. Access to CTE, which obviously we know we have a vibrant and robust CTE programming here. Maximization of cost efficiencies, and then, really thinking about location of CTEs in relation to regional schools, and then whatever they deem relevant. This is just going over that data availability is somewhat of a challenge and has continued to be. The reasons for that, I think, are various, and depending upon who you ask about that, you'll get a different answer as to why it's not as available as we all think it should be. According to the AOE, they might say that it is related to suppression of student-related data at the school level, or that, that we primarily use our data in terms of creating our budgets. And so that presents some limitations as to, the more broad swaths of data you might be able to get ordinarily. Then looking at trends, takeaways in relation to enrollment and demographics, and that basically as we know, we have been experiencing across the state a decline in enrollment for some time now, and it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. And that the smaller SUs and SDs on average have higher percentages of students in special education, and who are eligible for free and reduced lunch, which is the way in which they look at socioeconomic disadvantage. There's regional variation in terms of the percentage of schools that meet or exceed performance standards. So you'll see a slide dedicated to that, and that normally is reported out by math and literacy. There's some trends in terms of staffing that the AOE has surfaced, that larger SUs, for example, tend to have higher average salaries than smaller SUs. And I think that we know that. And that the lower need SUSDs also had higher salaries than SUSDs serving students with higher needs. And in terms of expenditures, that they're higher in smaller SUSD settings, and that they're higher in higher needs settings, but to a less meaningful degree when looking only at ed fund expenditures in FY23. So this could change in FY24 following Act 127. So we'll see how that shakes out. It's not all of the data is not, current. That's another limitation of the numbers that they're using, is that it's, FY23 data. And so, it's not as current as it could be in thinking through this. All right, so this is where I think it's important for us to kind of perk up, because this is the AOE giving their recommendations to this redistricting task force. And I think that this signals to everyone the AOE and what they're going to be recommending throughout this process. So I want to take a little bit of time on this slide because I think this is important. Their recommendations are to establish clear priorities for the creation of new districts, grounded in the goals and considerations outlined in Act 73. So some of those things, were gone over previously in some of these slides. Use priorities to develop a rubric to assess how well each scenario addresses those priorities, which, their thought is that it will be helpful to identifying the pros and cons of each scenario. Leverage data to understand impacts of scenarios on key objectives, particularly creating balanced districts. So again, balanced districts meaning demographically
side.
What happens to Norwich? Do they have to stay on the Vermont side, or are they gonna?
They haven't made a decision.
We'll see, that's,
There's one other district that's that same way, right?
which is Rivendell.
Yeah, they-
Well, you figure, when Dresden, that was the last presidential act of John Kennedy. He signed that before he left for Dallas. Was the Dresden School District. Because it took a presidential order in order to put that in. And there's only 2 in the country, actually. So anyways, there's some historical pieces that are in play that are important to folks. And they do affect our numbers. I think where we've had a saving grace has been around the variability of our student population.
I think that's an interesting time period to choose though, because it didn't, in general, the state of Vermont receive many new students from families relocating during COVID.
Yeah.
And the numbers are still down. So I'm surprised
Yeah.
it doesn't show that there's more of an increase during that specific time period.
Yeah. I mean, I think if there's going to be increases in certain areas,
Mhm.
right? So like, I don't think that the increases were balanced, as they say, right? The increases were still in the places that already have like, good reputations, as it applies to school districts. So I think, you saw that flux in places that already have higher concentrations of students. So I don't know that it like tipped the balance in terms of like more people moving to, the Northeast Kingdom or something, right? All right, percentage of English learners. And I think, what you can see from here is that there's a concentration, in one area and not necessarily another. Although what you do see for us is that we have a higher percentage of EL enrollment than a lot of areas do. Because of, again, where we're situated at that like 89, 91 juncture. I think we do get more students who are English language learners than many other districts. But you see that like, we know there's a concentration in Winooski, for example.
Is the other district on the border, is that Bradford?
Up here?
No, sorry, on the border of New Hampshire, like above us.
Oh, here,
Is that Bradford?
SU 64.
I'm just wondering, it's, so we have like you said, like a unique situation. We've got 89 and 91, we've got hospitals.
That's Rivendell.
Rivendell?
Yeah. Helping you. Any other questions or noticings or wonderings about EL?
Although an interesting observation that was given to us today with the special ed group, task force, whatever we're called, that our student numbers are down, but what is up quite a bit is the kids that are needing all the extra, the special needs stuff.
Yeah.
All of that. Those numbers have risen, where the total of the kids has gone down.
Yeah.
And I found that really interesting to think about and to know that, as we were talking about hiring teachers and people that, counselors and that kind of thing
Right.
are so important.
I think we've gotten better at identifying kids that have
Yeah,
special
and
needs.
that too. And a lot of them are still suffering from the COVID
Yeah, well,
Years off.
exactly, and then there's, everybody is strapped in one way
Oh,
or another
yeah.
right now, so.
It's that, yeah.
Yeah, I think some of that,
stress at home.
was a change in legislation, right, for who qualifies for special education services, as well as the way in which it's funded, right?
Yeah.
And the mandate that we have to have like really well operational multi-tiered systems of support, because, in theory, there should be an entry and a clear exit of services, and we should be monitoring that, and we should be having, the scaffolding in place that allows our system to identify and provide, whatever resources we need to, but also help to exit students off those plans when they have met their goals. So I think in a lot of systems, you constantly see teams trying to make those systems really robust and really clear, because you're trying to really have impact on students who are identified, the resources you're providing, and making sure that you're monitoring in a timely way so that they're not on those plans in perpetuity, which serves, no one well. But I think that what's interesting to me is I wonder anyway, whether or not any of those considerations are factored in when you're looking at different charts and you're thinking about the number of students who are, eligible for special education and what that actually looks like in the district operationally. All right, so here's where, and I've seen this before, we were given a school or district profile when we went through some of those presentations by the AOE in the fall of last year. We had a lot of questions about them. Some of those still remain, and some of those changes, I don't know if they were made after we noted some of the issues with the data. So I guess I just say that as kind of a qualifier for you all. But anyway, this is where you see everything broken down by region. So we are the light blue. And again, that's, made up of several districts. At the top of my head, I can't name all of them, but it's a number of districts that make up the Southeast region. And we're one of those. But if you see the total enrollment change is on the left here. Blow this up just a little bit for you. And in the Southeast region, negative 6.4% over 20 to 23, 2020 to 2023. And you look at LTADM, so average daily membership, and that is a change of negative 4% in our region, which again represents the lowest among these regions. And for total enrollment, the second lowest in terms of region in the state, at least from 20 to 23. And then we get into proficiency ratings. And again, I don't know, I guess a question I would have too, and something that we can remain curious about, is how is this being factored in, right? If, a region is doing really well in terms of proficiency as it relates to ELA, which is English language arts, does that mean that they are maintained as a district, or does that mean that they are balanced with a district who is struggling? I don't know, but that's a question I had when I looked at this, right?
Do we have the 9%? I think it's not, that's exceeding, or is? Okay, thank you.
Does that help to blow this up a little bit?
Yes.
So the green and darker is like meeting or exceeding. And then the orangey is approaching and the red is not meeting. And then this is what the AOE is saying when they say suppressed, which I think is a way of saying not provided. So, if we again look at the southeast region, here's where we sit. 22% suppressed, 53% approaching, 16% meeting, 9% exceeding. So,
I guess I'm confused about suppressed, so not offered, that,
yeah, like I think, and again, I'm conjecturing because the definition wasn't provided here in terms of how that is being defined, but my feeling is that is information that they were unable to get from that,
gotcha, for potentially
from a district.
22% of the students in the district.
They don't have data for it.
Interesting. If they don't have
Seems
that,
like a big number.
that's a lot of missing data.
Ding, ding,
What'd you say?
ding.
Yeah, ding, ding, yeah.
Where did it go?
Well,
Doesn't it all
would
have
help-
to be reported?
It would help if you hire people to record the data.
Wasn't the data at all the schools then? Like, isn't it reported to the state?
Therein lies the dilemma. When you're supposed to have staff in place to analyze the data and they're not there, then you extrapolate.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening. We gave them 45 positions in the last budget. They hired 0.
So we're making a bunch of educated guesses on redistricting the entire state, basically. Okay.
Well, and I think another important consideration is that we shifted. So these results that the state is using are based on standardized assessments. So at one point that was the SBAC, now it's the VT cap. There was a transition from the SBAC to the VT cap when the state said, well, don't worry about those results, like that's gonna be year one, and I would, I guess, argue that the support in terms of implementation by the AOE was not as robust as I would expect when rolling out a new standardized assessment tool, particularly because that is the one, let me repeat it, one way we are assessed on whether or not our students are proficient in these areas. So I would say that if we were, again, and I can do this for you at a board meeting if that would be helpful, but if we were to use more points of data, which I would highly recommend we do, this would look very different for us. Because we would be considering things like common summative assessments that are tied to grade level standards and indicators at each grade level, right? Which gives you way more specific information. We'd be looking at our screeners, we'd be looking at our diagnostics, we'd be looking at VT cap as one measure of performance for our students in triangulation or in, I don't know, pentagon or however many points we have to really make a determination of how our students are doing in these areas. So
Because it's,
just wanted to put that out there.
it's the incomplete data like this that makes it hard to sell to townspeople when we put forth a new budget
Yeah.
that says we need more in these areas. And they're like, well, we have more than half of the students in the region that are, not meeting or exceeding expectations, and we want to spend more money. So I agree it'd be better if we had a way to better assess students.
Yes.
Because even though, let's face it, you can't always just quantify how well or not a student is doing, because
Right.
reading, writing, and math might not be, they might be able to go and 3D print and design something, but maybe, math, reading, and writing, maybe they don't test well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how we move to a better system.
Yes.
Well, personally, I think that we've strived to do that in our district.
Yes.
And that's why our data points are what they are when you take the robust approach that we've taken to it. There's a lot of other districts in the state that have done similarly, and it's being reflected based upon a broader system that has not kept up with the folks on the ground. which is us and our colleagues that are doing the same thing. So it's.
I'm kind of running out of time for this section, so I'll go a little bit faster, sorry. I just thought that some contextual information would be helpful for you. So same qualifier with math. And then I think what you can see too is that, the Southeast region in both math and in ELA have more students in the state who are exceeding than in any other region, which is interesting, I think. And are pretty much like, hovering around 50% of approaching in each category. And then, in this case, around 20% of students who are meeting proficiency in math. Graduation rates, again, they're looking at this by region, but one thing that you can note is that it looks like the Southeast region is, lower in percentage in terms of the 6-year grad rate, as well as in the 4-year graduation rate. One thing I think worth noting here too, though, is that this really does come down to reporting. And so it really is dependent upon how each district is kind of defining this and reporting it to the state. So that's where some variation can come into play too, I would offer.
So does that mean, like, for instance, somebody who is in the district for 2 or 3 years but moves, all of a sudden that affects the grad rate because a person is out of the district after 3 years?
No, that shouldn't have impact on the grad rate. But for example, there are some schools who, a student goes to like adult basic ed, for example. The way in which you report that can either kind of count against you in the grad rate or not. And then it's maybe dependent upon whether or not they choose to receive a diploma from that school as opposed to getting it from ABE. And then there might be variation in whether or not you count that student in your role as having graduated and completed.
Early college with the
Yeah,
Vermont state
well,
system?
early college, technically, you disenroll them and then you enroll them when they graduate. That's the process, I know. So, but yeah, there are some there's nuances there in terms of reporting that can impact these numbers for sure. And then demographics, average student demographics by SUSD using, long-term average daily meeting, which is again, coming to school every day. Some of these are a little bit more confusing to read. But this is again by SUSD. So free and reduced lunch, special education, ELL, high, moderate, low need SUSDs, with the darkest being the most high need. And then we've got this salary data. And the way that this is organized, which I don't find to be particularly helpful, is by district size. So that's where I'm having a little cognitive dissonance in looking at this information and making sense out of it. And then, this is, I think, kind of proving the point that the state is making about high need, small district side, and vice versa. So I think that's why it's organized in this way, is my guess. Same way here, operating and ed fund expenditures, just looking at, again, that visual representation of high enrollment and low need, low enrollment, high need is, being visually represented here. So hopefully that gives you a good understanding of at least the AOE's position on making recommendations to the task force. One thing that I wanted to add before we move on to anything, because there are a couple of things in here that are going to be helpful for me to mention to you all. one thing that you probably have seen in the news is that there are some efforts by, and this is like relevant to the board here, there are some districts and boards who are starting to consider themselves kind of lobbyists to this task force. And so I don't know if you've read any of the like Vermont Digger articles, but like there are some school boards that are like coming out and saying it, like, hey, if we're gonna have to lobby to influence this process, we're gonna do that. And so I don't know if you've all, been following that, but that to me is like really interesting. There are some other boards that are looking in earnest at making capital improvements and kind of like putting out there again to their communities about like building bigger facilities for their students. And again, I think in thinking about this consideration of what is going to be appealing as a magnet school, if we're in this competition to win over our, the region, to establish a new district. So it's something to just put out there for you all just to be thinking about, because as we grapple with our situation with PCBs and think strategically about the big picture and the puzzle, this redistricting is something that, needs to be a part of that big picture of what, direction the board chooses to move in terms of like remediation, abatement, and what we're doing as we think through all these pieces. So what I can say to you for a PCB update is that the state is now in earnest and in response to our last board meeting where we had community members ask the question of, why are you taking all of these spaces offline if just 2 of those spaces tested at the immediate action level? The state's response to that was to get in touch with us and to say, do you want us to test those spaces? And, in collaboration with Nancy, who's been meeting with us with the DEC, we said, yes, we would like you to test those spaces because at minimum, it's more data for us. At maximum, it might kind of throw a question on the board's lap of, if those spaces come back and they're not at the immediate action level, do we use them? So that's going to be something that could be thrown back at you in terms of like, what do we do now? And they're trying to do it as quickly as possible. So that testing is going to happen next week. We have students and educators returning next week, partially. And so we're hoping that they do that quickly and that we are able to provide you with the information you need to make that determination with us. And then, we'll take it from there. I think, obviously there's some consternation and concern among staff, among families, because we're still kind of in flux. But I think, the administrators, I absolutely can't commend them more for how quickly they put together such a thoughtful plan, using the master schedule, using our facilities, and keeping everybody on campus. And so if we have to roll with that plan, we're ready. But we can't predict what those results will come back as being.
Theoretically, we can, because the temperature is going to be lower. I just looked at the 10-day, so on Sunday, it's going to be 87. After that, it's a high of 75, 74, 79. I mean, we know that it's tied to temperature, and it's obviously tied to ventilation. I mean, for us,
But remember
I'm glad that the administration were able to pivot. My fear is that if we still continue to lose space, that they're not going to have what they need when they need it. And then rather than scrambling, I'd rather have them have a little leeway, whether it's those classrooms or not, but I'd rather have potentially mobile classrooms at the ready if it ever came to that, because I think we know that PCBs deteriorate more over time. They continue to leach. It's going to get worse. And peak season for testing or for the highest results is gonna be the summertime when nobody's in there and it's hot.
And a couple of rooms that are being retested. Nelson says that there's gonna be staff and students in there, and is that gonna be a problem for them to be retested next week too? Their response was that, as long as they don't have any fans or ACs going, keep all the windows closed, keep all the doors closed as much as possible while the testing is going on. And it's not like it's a big machine, it's out in the middle of the room.
Is it just air samples? They're not doing bulk materials?
They're just doing air
Yeah, so we've got some in our
Yeah.
house. My wife does
I'm
that all the
presuming
time.
it's just air samples, right?
I think
For
so.
those 2 or 3 that they're retesting?
I'm pretty sure.
I think so, I think it's just the air samples.
Yeah, it's
On those
all of it.
But I do have to agree with you, I think that we need to have a plan B ready. This is plan A right now. Okay, if that falls through, then what's gonna be plan B? Do we have to sit back and wait another 6 months to try to figure out what we want to do? I think we need to be thinking about it now, actively thinking about it. So that we have, okay, that's not gonna work, so now we need to switch over.
Don't we already have that plan though, for those, like, isn't the plan right now for
The
those
plan right now, yeah,
to
yes,
not
we do.
use them?
Yeah,
So wouldn't
Right.
we just continue with that until those results came in? There's, all that plan's already in
Yes,
place,
that's what we're doing.
right?
I guess
Yeah.
you're right,
As
that
we
would be plan
continue
B
to
for
test, we
us.
still
Yeah,
may
that's
lose
true.
more
That's right.
classrooms.
Right, so if it comes back in our favor, then the plan B is, do we feel that that's reliable and safe
Safe
enough
enough to
data to
open it
move
up and-
staff
yeah.
and students back in there?
Exactly.
That's what I have for updates.
My concern is if the state told us it's not safe to use those rooms based on the likeness of materials, and then their tests find that it's not above the immediate action level, like, they're going against what they previously said, but they're backing it up with at least data this time rather than speculation, so I would be comfortable if the state's decision on that was that the areas were usable. But I understand from the administrator's perspective, like, hey, like, we don't know what we don't know.
Maybe we could test it in the winter when all the doors are closed.
Right.
And just have it not safe again.
Yeah. It's just, I think we could make the data say what we want it to say. I think we just get the public behind us and help us fix it.
And I don't want to have to fix it twice.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah,
And that funding
We-
is that $9.5
we're out of
million
Band-Aids, is what I keep going back to, we're out of Band-Aids.
for six schools, six districts.
Band-Aid's going to work well.
The can has been kicked so far down the road that it's no longer a can.
Well, that will be the next update, what those results indicate. Yeah.
What is the turnaround time on those?
I mean, they haven't really indicated that, other than to say they're testing next week. And we have said repeatedly, like, that's when our kids and
Staff are
educators are
back.
coming back,
Yeah.
so.
So the folks are here.
And Cassie from the state said that it will be an expedited process. What that means at the state,
They
Yeah,
probably
what's expedited for them may not be expedited
move
for
those,
us.
move those samples up to the front of the line for testing if there's a
Yeah.
bunch of samples in before them. I mean, my thought is that they already have a plan in place that they were ready for. Did Nelson and Ben, Roy, whatever, or you, whatever, all the staff know already.
Yes.
They probably know it if they watch the meeting anyways, but, I think it makes sense to follow that plan.
Yeah.
And then, they shouldn't be disrupted anyways because nobody's in there, so.
Right, that's
Do we
the
have
plan.
other-
that's the plan as of right now.
Yeah.
And because
Right,
we also have to get all the schedules
Yeah.
written
Oh,
for the
yeah.
kids.
right.
So that, Rena's working on that today and tomorrow so that we can roll that out so everybody knows where they're going and how they're,
Yeah.
where they're gonna be at least at the start.
Are they gonna be
Boxes
effective?
of stuff.
And the state fire marshal did give us an okay to use the gym as long as it was 250 people or less. You cannot go over 250 at one time. So my question then is that, which is a question that Lisa O'Neill has been asking us, are they gonna be able to use the gym for elections? I've worked those elections for how many years? And I don't think I've ever seen 250 people in that gym at one time during,
That's working.
pardon me?
We were working on.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah,
that's-
right.
well, Lisa's not worried about that. She has to get the information to the state. And it's really getting really nearly past her time that she's got to get it up to them.
See, the polling
So-
places have to be selected.
Yeah.
And designated in the communities. Now, personally, I mentioned to you that my suggestion would be to have
Mhm.
the alternate in place.
Right.
And possibly that alternate that, we can determine, if it works is Dothan. Because in the grand scheme of things, the practical layout of that facility is a mirror image of the high school gym. You can come in the front door, leave through the side door. And, as far as the gym with the bleachers rolled up, you got that floor template, all of the covers we use would pretty much fit the same thing because it's a regulation basketball club. So.
Yeah.
But at least, that way, our town relationship with the clerk and elections would be hopefully thoughtful. But anyways.
Once again, obviously Coach and I have talked about this before. The concern I have then, for us continuing, even though I've been one of those people that was in there doing all that work too. The way that things are going now, does that put our school in jeopardy? Certain people standing outside, grabbing others and taking them away, ho ho. And I don't mean that to be ugly and mean, I have a real concern for that. We never thought that we would have any problems here in the state of Vermont with that, and yet we have. And Keene just had a big incident yesterday. That's real close as far as I'm concerned. And so that is my concern, although I can't figure out any other place to put us for polling and for having a town meeting and that kind of stuff. Anyway, so if anyone has any suggestions on that, but that is my opinion on that. I'm real concerned about that. I'm real concerned about it.
Me too.
Are there any other questions?
Could we ask them to keep attendance numbers for school events? Obviously, we have no choice in the gym, because
Right.
somebody's gonna have the nightclub clicker or the pitch count clicker.
I want to do that one.
I have one in my truck for pitch count.
Say, there you go.
You can borrow it. But I would like to put some numbers on there. Are we limited as to the capacity in the auditorium as well?
I was not given that number, I would presume.
240.
So
240 in there?
I have- So Friday night at Bright Star was 339 people. Saturday was 297, and Sunday was 283. Winter concert was approximately, and this is from Andrea that she sent. The concert grand was about 400 people, and Pizzazz was 200. Spring concerts typically around 250. So we're already limiting
Yeah,
the numbers that can attend
Yeah.
any of our performing arts. So, by about 100 for the play every night. So that's funding that we're giving up as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and what did they say, Aaron, about the capacity of the Lebanon Opera
Opera
House? It's less
It's
right?
smaller.
Yeah,
Oh, it's real.
so that's why we, even
It's
with the
smaller.
reduction in,
Yeah,
yeah,
and the reason that it's, one of the reasons, there are several, but one of the main reasons that it was set at 240, that we agreed at 240 was because we had a contract with Briggs to do our stuff at Briggs, and 240 was the number there. So when we,
Makes sense.
that was the number that the fire marshal said that we would do here. Fire marshal has been really good because we've contacted them because we have our opening ceremonies
Right.
for the beginning of the school year in a week and a half, and, you know, that'll be 400
What are
plus.
we gonna do now?
So,
In batches.
yeah, so we had to send them, a mock-up of a drawing to say, this is what we're planning on, this is what it's gonna look like.
Right.
This is,
Egress.
right, all the egress, all of that
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
with dimensions. And then, he approved it, but they might have somebody here, just as kind of somebody to keep track of who's in there, and if something happens, that they can facilitate, help support.
Well, when the town hired the new, officer, we were fortunate, that he hit the ground not only with, a policy perspective, but an open mind. Because two openings before, when he started, he was here himself, for all of those functions, and the elections too, in the spring.
Yeah, oh, yes, I do.
So there's a close connection, not disregarding his responsibility, from a policy perspective. So we have a good relationship with him.
Yeah, plus like our admins, we have to have like an admin on staff for every event, and they have to do like a 2-hour training, on facilitation of emergencies or something like that. So, that's become kind of another area that again, Nelson and his crew have been great with stepping up and trying to support and help all that, but it's more.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and one thing just to remind everyone of, because I get this mixed up all the time, is there's a difference between the situation going on in the gymnasium, in the auditorium, and the PCB situation. Like the gymnasium and auditorium, these are like life safety issues
Right.
that have been deferred in, attending to as a result of, just the PCB situation. So often I think that in the public's eyes anyway, these things are conflated.
Yeah. You're right, it is different.
Clarity is key.
Yes. Anything else on this subject? If not, shall we move along to the 25-26 goals for our superintendent?
I'm wondering, Nancy, how you want to chop up the rest of our time. I'm just looking at the clock and seeing that we still have our work plan. So I mean, I can move quickly through the goals, or we could, whatever you want to do.
The will of the board.
Do it and move quickly through it.
Okay.
There you go. I want to hear it.
Okay. So I think what you're going to see on this document is I use the SMART framework. So on the, I guess, what is this? 1, 2, 3, third and fourth page, you'll see some reference materials. One of them is the SMART goal framework, and the other is the list of goals that the evaluation indicated would be, possible goals. I felt like 2 of these goals had a lot of overlap, so I combined them into one. So my first goal is to establish board learning time and take part in professional development and training alongside the board to build shared knowledge, values, and commitments to improvement in governance. And what you're going to see is that through the SMART framework, I just further elaborated on what that kind of means, how that would be measured, and what that would look like in terms of time. And that's where I would love your input. If you have thoughts about like how these should be monitored and what that looks like. But the main core of this goal is to, attend conferences, events, webinars, and engage in reading and discussion with all of you on relevant topics to establish shared learning opportunities throughout the year. So one of the things that I've already registered for is the conference in October that is a VSBA, VSA joint conference, and that does give us time for those of you who are able to attend to spend some time together and experience some shared learning opportunities. So last year I was unable to attend, but I'm very much looking forward to that this year. Registration is already open, and so I went ahead and did that. And so in terms of measurement, I wanted to attend at least one event with you all, but also to embed these learning opportunities into planned agendas with consistency and regularity. So I feel like that's going to be achievable if I'm working with the board chair and with the assistant superintendent to devote time to that in our planned agendas. And it could potentially implicate our work plan in terms of like putting that section of work in there and looking at, the timing of that and making sure that we're embedding that time in there together to learn and grow together. And then, the relevant, I was a little bit like, in terms of relevant and timely, a little bit repetitive in that I think that kind of applies to all of them. Like this is based on feedback that was received through the evaluation. And my understanding is that this is going to be, my goals are annually reviewed. And I think, I don't know what you all think. It's at the board's will to determine how regularly they're monitored and all of that. So I leave that to you. Goal 2, very relevant right now, complete the hiring, training, and onboarding of new central office staff. To complete the HSD office team, you can ask Aaron about how that's going. He can be your monitoring tool. Once in place, look to prioritize more frequent school visits, increase availability to staff, and be more intentional with budget communications. So, what we've been working on, I can say already, is a supervision and organizational chart that should say clearly, specified roles and responsibilities to be shared publicly. So like we plan to do the who's who and who does what in the superintendent's office and update that. It might have already been updated. But also to share our supervision and kind of like organizational chart with our administrative council, which is going to happen on Monday. And that is going to embed too, like who's supervising whom and some clarity around job responsibilities and descriptions. So that's already in the works. I think some of this too is going to depend on the way in which I build my schedule. So I've been kind of delaying that a little bit because we're trying to figure out, supervision and who's kind of evaluating whom and who's point on what. And so once I determine that, I'll then be able to block out time for these purposes, whether it be to build in time to visit schools or build in open office hours for staff. That's my intention though, is to like get everything fleshed out and then plan backward and plug that in my schedule so that I'm able to do those things. These are things that I'm really looking forward to this year. And I think that that was like something that I mentioned to all of you and certainly put my own self-evaluation that with more support, my hope is that I can do the thing that I really love so dearly, which is to be out and about in the schools. And achievable, I've gotten the feedback about, delegation. And so I'm really working on, how to delegate responsibility so that I'm able to be available for these things. Okay. And then lastly, goal 3 is working on a multi-year work plan with the board, but specifically to ensure that all of our policies are reviewed every 3 to 5 years. So I think we all can agree that that has not been done in the ways in which we would desire. And so I think what you're gonna see when we do transition into some of these templates, and for those of you who are able to check out, some of the templates and what's being used, you'll see that we can design what that looks like. And Erin did some incredible work in really like looking at those policies, seeing, you've done that too, Jeremy, like seeing what's missing, prioritizing that, and then thinking about like, hey, what do we need as the year is progressing so that the administrators have something to kind of hang their hat on in relation to some of these more, difficult topics when you're
Also-
looking for like a policy to back you up.
I saw them this morning.
So specific, start with a thoughtful work plan for this year, because I think that is going to be something we can build on and establish like a schedule. If we get our first work plan done and we do that deliberately and well, then it's going to just like indicate to us what next year looks like, the following year looks like, in 5 years from now, what that looks like. So I think the key to this is really going to be super thoughtful with what this plan looks like, because I think that is going to, leach into future years. No pun intended, actually. Okay. Measurable, I think the board work plan should include a schedule for policy review. That's going to be evident. And that there should be a section in each agenda that's dedicated to that work, which I think is the plan anyway, but I think we need to follow through with fidelity. Achievable, co-plan the meetings with the board chair and assistant superintendent. And then, I added in, use resources like the VSA and VSBA to fill in knowledge gaps and engage in related professional learning, because this is going to be an ongoing learning curve for me in this role. That's what I got.
It's all great.
Cool.
Okay.
Questions about this, or any revision suggestions or thoughts about monitoring, or open to feedback?
I would, it's more work for you, so I don't really want to say it. But I was gonna say, anytime you attend something, like educational or something, just send us a quick, what'd you think, or what'd you get out of it? And I think that would help us monitor.
That would be a good way to monitor, yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't have to be a
I'm not looking for.
thesis or an essay on it, just,
It was really helpful because of this, or this was a waste of my time,
Right.
which I don't think it would be that one.
Is that in relation to some of the things that we attend together, or in relation to?
Well, you don't have to tell me if we attended it.
just if you were attending it.
No, but like any conferences or
The
events or
tag-alongs.
webinars that you attend, just,
Okay,
if there's and honestly, not everyone.
And I don't
Like
think,
any aha moments
Yeah.
or standouts, I think we'd love to hear about them.
sure.
I don't think we need to hear about every time you
No.
attend a superintendent's meeting.
No.
Unless there's something really,
It could be something good, though.
well, yeah, then you
If there's
share with us.
Just share the juicy bits.
Something relevant.
Exactly, yes,
That's
right,
the-
that's the whole thing,
Yeah.
yeah,
So keep that order.
Right.
if it's relevant, yes.
One says relevant, one says juicy, yeah.
Same thing. Yeah.
Same, the good stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what was that? An acronym for good.
Thank you, that's helpful. It's a great
You
idea.
You
Transition.
did a great, you did a
policy,
good job,
Yeah.
thank you for doing it. Okay. Work plan. I believe that falls back to you again.
Yes, well, Erin and I think we can maybe kind of co-facilitate a little bit here.
Sure.
So, in meeting with Nancy and Erin and Jacob and kind of going over the agenda for today, we had thought maybe originally, and I'm just providing a little preface and some context to get us all on the same page. But initially we had thought, hey, let's just use an old work plan, plug stuff in and bring it as a proposal. But then when we reviewed the plan that Wilmer sent to me from Winooski, and looked at some prior plans here, we thought, you know what, we should bring these templates to the board And the board should really have the last say on what we use in terms of a template and what we include as a part of our work. Because I can say that one of the things that I really appreciated about Wilmer's plan was that in looking through it, anyone, and I don't think, Jeremy, to answer your question, that this is like a publicly available document because it's so subject to change. But what I appreciated about what he shared with me was that you could look at any date and already see the skeleton of what that board meeting was going to look like.
Right.
And I think that's so helpful because, you know, instead of everyone waiting for that board agenda to be shared, you're already going to have an idea of what it looks like. And so in that case, you'd then be able to say, hey, I know it looks like according to our plan that we're spending time on these items, but hey, this thing just popped up related to PCBs, which is likely, maybe we should shift that to the next meeting and plug this in. So I really appreciated that because I think it provided that detail and that scaffolding that I think is really helpful in thinking about what the flow of the year looks like and provides everybody with feedback, everybody with notice for when, like, you know, you need to be prepared with anything. And I know that that's the whole point of a plan, but I also think, and we thought anyway, you know, Aaron and Jacob and I working with Nancy, that like the board might want to say and just like what this looks like and how it's oriented and even some of the pieces that are involved.
Well, that was the whole idea when we first started, you know, looking at a work plan, you know, as a board, you know, and usually it would occur at this meeting. You know, the foundation pieces for the plan were done at the retreat. You know, and it's perfect time for it, you know, and it becomes a very good outline, you know, and especially if it's done, you know, as recommended, or not even recommended, as we saw models at the webinar, you know,
Yeah.
from the other districts. You know, we can make ours better and we can make it work better for us. And at the end of the day, that's what it has to be.
Comments?
I very much enjoyed their model as well. I think it would be super helpful. And it also brought to light that we may not have to read policies 3 times before they're adopted.
Yes, we were gonna ask you about that. Because Jeremy's
Everything
question
that I
was,
found in open meeting law does not require you to.
nor
read it.
does it in the
Right.
statutes
It's
either.
not, it's just the way we've always
And
done
we
it.
don't have our, and in our policy, it wasn't.
Based on
We didn't
the
know.
sheer number of policies that we should,
That we have to review.
we have to warn, review, and I don't even, like, the initial reading is what they listed there. That's when we're alerting the public.
Right.
We're letting them review it. If they have public comments, they're more
They
than
can do it right
happy
then.
to do it right then. Or
That's
we could
the
say-
initial,
we could skip a meeting and then adopt it on the third
right.
meeting following. But this would allow us to get through a lot more policies.
Right,
Much faster, because I don't think.
and we've got a
you would-
lot.
You would have to introduce one policy per meeting, and then on the third meeting, you're already reading 3 at a time.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
I think this will allow us to get
A little more efficient
more efficient, because my biggest fear is that I'm gonna be reading 3 policies
every meeting.
every meeting.
Yeah.
Like childhood nightmare all over again, reading in public, but, I'm good at it now.
They don't need to follow.
I do wicked good. But yeah, no, I love this. I don't know, is this, do you know if yours is open to the public or if it's just shared amongst their
I
group?
think it's just shared amongst their group. I
Yeah.
mean,
No, the thing
It's a
is,
public-
the work plan, you know, is a public document.
it is
Because
public.
I think if you had view-only access to it, I'm looking at the stuff that they have on this, I don't know if any of it is necessarily confidential, so I think,
See, that's,
It looks like Google Sheets.
Right,
so-
right,
Yeah,
right.
so-
yeah.
Access, I like that idea that the public can see it.
I really like
I do
that
too.
see, that piece of
it's
transparency
transparent.
is just like off the chart,
It might cause
in a
more
good way.
questions, but when we have answers posted, we can.
But I also think that part of the, what we've heard from the public is they don't know what's on the agenda until about 2 weeks prior.
Right.
Well, if they look at this, they've got a pretty good understanding. It's all subject to change.
Mhm.
We
Right.
vote to approve the agenda every meeting, so we
Right.
can surprise you regardless, but, I really like putting this out there.
Or know what policy it is.
Yeah.
Like you said, it'd be the, like,
And
the
it's a good
skeleton at least
framework.
at every agenda to be posted ahead of time. So
Yeah.
I don't really like the upcoming items.
Yeah.
Page, so I assume that's just an example for one meeting, maybe, but. So like the packet status, like whether it's posted or not, and what people can plan to find in that. I mean, I like it, and I like the fact that, again, that it's Google Sheet. If it's just embedded on the site, any change that is made is live.
Yeah.
So, it wouldn't take.
You just lock it down, you access.
Right, exactly, it wouldn't take extra effort as long as you're just maintaining it every day.
And there's the control.
And it also doesn't matter if it's a form, if it's in the public.
Exactly. There you go.
You're gonna have the plus.
There's no discussion, we're just gonna type it in, but, I really think that this would benefit all of us as well as the town.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the things that, and maybe Erin, you can kind of walk through how you adapted it.
Yeah.
But I think we did have certain questions. So if you didn't look at these documents online, it's hard to tell that these are all different tabs on the
Yeah.
bottom of the sheet. And so there's, a tab for the policy audit, there's a tab for upcoming events, there's a tab for all of those things. And then there's a tab for the work plan itself. And so, we looked at that, and then Erin went through and did the policy kind of priority list.
Yeah. So we had, based on, I don't know, when did that come to you, Katie? This plan.
I can tell you that I like it because he links directly to the policy from the tab.
From the
Right.
Right.
Yes.
So it's basically, this is the handiwork to get to that, but it was basically what was picked as what we still need work on. So the top three are missing, we don't even have them.
Yep.
So those will obviously be our first three. But on our site, which we can't get there because the servers aren't working, there is a list, and there's multiple. So Katie and I were in there looking, and there's the ends policies, and then there's a bunch of other links in there that honestly,
Yeah.
I've been here 19 years. I don't even know what some of them are, what they are meant to do, or, but underneath those are all of these policies. And so this links to, yep, that's the one.
Yep.
It links to that. So if you open it, we'll be able to read it from there, do whatever we want. So if we're looking at how we want that to look going forward. So on this form, you have it in your packet too, is the timeline that I put in there, and starting with September 3rd with the transgender one, which I think was done in April.
We've already warned, we can adopt that one.
Right.
On the next,
So,
on the 3rd,
and
we'll have a couple more to read that day. I think.
yeah. So anyways, those are all of the ones that have been determined that we needed follow-up on for us. So and I just put the dates, different dates of board meetings, and had 2 per meeting. And then there was a few times where I just did 1 just to give whoever was reading a break. And so that,
Thank you.
so that's kind of the breakdown on that, but they are all linked except for 2 of them that we don't have. The transgender non-conforming, we do have, but the proficiency graduation requirements are on there, and the Title I
Part A.
is not in there, so those will have to be created.
I think that's where I need your input on the proficiency-based ratings, see what works for those guys.
Right. So I think that would be a part of some of the notes, right?
Yeah.
If we're gonna go over that.
Yeah.
one of the notes would be, we need input from the administrative council in order to, move forward with this policy because,
Does it work for them? And then if not, we'd have to have it reviewed if we write language in it to ensure that it doesn't change the intent of the policy.
right,
So that it lines
Right.
up. That's when we have to call him Bernie, I think, but.
yes, yeah, most likely. One of the questions that I think, or a few of the questions that came up for Aaron and I that we wanted to put back to those of you who've been on the board for a while is the way in which this prior plan was organized. We were having trouble kind of understanding what some of these things were. I think that we've got it, but I guess we need more clarity on, it says if we're looking at the Hartford School Board Annual Work Plan 23-24, which I think was just a template. It doesn't look like this is fully filled in.
No.
But there are, the executive limitations. There's the governance. There's and again, I can't get online I don't know. I can't see right now how those policies are organized on our website. Okay.
That I can say that.
So there's GP, which I think is like governance,
Governance policy.
and then there's BSR, which I think is like,
Board
Board.
management delegation.
yep. And then there's executive limitations, EL.
Yep.
And then there are Ns, which aren't filled out here. And so what I'm having a hard time understanding, and I wonder with all of you how to organize, is like, it looks like there are like monitoring reports for the ELs and the GPs and the
BSRs.
BSRs. And then there are like our ends policies, which I believe that like involves like interpretation of them, monitoring of them, and the board ultimately voting about whether or not we're in compliance with them, right? And so there'd probably be related presentations, I imagine, with that work.
That was instruction.
But it also looks like in terms of like the BSRs and the GPs, that different board members report out on those. And then it looks like I would report out on the executive limitations. And then in terms of the ends monitoring, that probably in concert with relevant, educators in the district, that there would be reports related to, for example, like health and wellness. Maybe it would be a report by our physical education, health educators, and our nurses, right? And maybe the board would like consider that presentation, and I would interpret that, and I would maybe recommend compliance based on what was presented, and then the board would either agree or not. But what we're trying to understand is the flow of all of that, because part of this work plan implicates members of the board to say, hey, I'll present the monitor reporting on this GP, such as this is organized. But I think like we need to have that information if we're gonna put together a cohesive plan. And unfortunately, it doesn't help that we don't all have access to the internet right now. But that's part of the work plan, is to like delegate among the board who's presenting monitoring reports on what, and then how we're spreading out these over time, which, Coach, I'm sure you know more about than many of us do.
Well, that's what we ended up doing. As you can see back, that's reflected on the 2023, 24. Like Nancy in October at the first meeting, did,
GP9
BSR
and
4
yeah.
and GP9. I did, in February, I did GP1 ESO. With the 6, and, we spread it out amongst the folks.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to which one is done when?
No, it was just a matter of getting them done, like
Okay.
stretching it out across the calendar. And like you're doing with the other policies, it's part of the policy review.
Yeah, I think we're lacking is where our policies are so outdated compared to what the model policy is, and a lot of them are based on, or were the model policy. I can tell by the language that's written in them.
Yeah.
It's just, we just have an older version, so where they don't necessarily vary as much, now that we have a faster track to adopting them, I think we can push them forward. As for the monitoring, I'm not sure if we need it right away if we're going to adopt all new versions. But going forward, I think that we would have to then think about the frequency and the responsibilities being sprinkled. Because it is a lot.
Yeah.
But also because we're in the process of likely adopting all new versions, a large number of new versions of the policies, that 3 to 5 years from now is going to be busy as well. So the thing about reading them 3 times is that it would start to spread them out a little more. But I think we're in I'm much happier after seeing that the initial reading. But for the monitoring, it doesn't. What was the? I have a hard time with the work. But I think if we move to the example that you sent today, I think that'll help with that. Because I mean, it lists off names for internal monitoring reports for each one, 4.2, 4.3, 4.1 was Robert. So I think it'll be nice to have a schedule that we can see.
And that's the critical piece, having it in one tool.
Yeah.
So that you can go, okay, we've got 89 policies and they should be reviewed every other year, whatever the timing is, and getting on the schedule of normal review. And then the guiding policies for policy governance they're not subject to the same rules as the other policies. So, that's up to the board to determine, like what we would like to see. And even in the rewriting, because they've gone through some changes over the years, but not as drastically as you would think, because, well, anyways, they can be reviewed and amended as needed.
Right.
And there's not a particular Title 16 that says on the date of 3 years.
Well, and most of the time, even when whoever was monitoring it, that particular policy down here, was, a lot of it was just wordsmithing it, You'd think, man, I don't think that sounds really good, I don't like the way it sounds, or we've added or subtracted something out of it.
Yeah, and
then
I think that's where we've added, and that's where
Right.
if we add something to the policy that works specifically for our district, I think that's where we would pitch it to Bernie, make sure that it doesn't change the intent.
Right, oh,
Go
yeah,
from there.
absolutely.
But, the SBA gave us a pretty good
Exactly.
baseline as
Yeah.
to what
Right.
could be possible intent change of the policy.
Right.
So they've given us a baseline to where what we
Exactly.
need to address first, and now that we can address them
And
faster.
that's, yeah,
I think that will get us started.
right, good.
As a relative newcomer to board work, who builds this?
Who does what, the work plan?
Who builds the work plan? Is that,
I think if we do it, I think it's a matter of all of us doing.
But I would also think Nancy and Because you two work together to build the agenda, and this kind of suggests the agenda as well, with board input.
Right.
Traditionally, that's the way it came together, each year.
The chair, superintendent.
And then each meeting, if there were things that, we determined we wanted to add to the monitoring, the superintendent monitoring. Like, for example, if we're getting a lot of community feedback on something, and you go, well, that's not in the normal scope, but because we're getting all this feedback, we need to have some discussions about it, and determine, like what our next steps are going to be. Does our policy need to be reviewed? That's something that, the superintendent and your immediate team, and then you might say, well, I'm gonna call in the AC on this one, because there might be some jurisdictional things around, policing the grounds. Simple things like that.
And as we're looking at each policy and we were thinking that we need to make a change, the board says, oh, I think we need to always ask, there's some questions we need to ask ourselves as we're making those changes, like, who does this affect?
Can it be implemented as written?
Exactly,
I mean, Cody was probably he was like, you're gonna tell us before you change these, right?
No,
Yes.
tell him no.
Right, yeah. I was gonna say, Nancy said you'd be fine with it.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, it's okay.
Interesting.
Just so love to give him.
First day of school, yeah. No, I think that was the intent all along. Most of these are just, there's new links to new laws that are referenced. Some references are removed. And some we reference federal law that we really don't have to reference at all. I mean, there's a lot of stuff
Yeah.
that.
And Vermont's taken stands.
Yeah.
Legislatively on some of those things that have changed over, just even the last few years that haven't been inputted into the policy design anywhere yet. And that's why that audit became very, very critical by the SBA, because when you look at Title 16, and, that's the Bible. And that little critter keeps changing all the time. So.
So just to synthesize, I mean, I'm doing this more for my own benefit than anyone else's, I think. And so it seems like the work plan consists of ends policies, which we monitor throughout the year. And I think we have like 6 or something of them. So we spread them throughout the year, and maybe there are related presentations like by our curriculum reporting out on academic, achievement or something. And so those are monitored. The board gets to determine whether or not we're in compliance with the ends. There's the executive limitations, which I report out on. And those, again, are spread throughout meetings. And I use a monitoring report that I guess I need to find because I don't know where that is. Then there is the board management delegation and the governance process, which are delegated among all of you to produce monitoring reports throughout the year. And then we've got the policy updates, which happen also throughout the year. So all of those need to be built in. And then we have other items that kind of will pop up to discuss throughout the year. Is that the flow of this? Is that what is making sense to everybody? Because it seems like all of these need to be annually reviewed. Well, some policies don't, some of the mandated policies don't.
when we're looking at the ELs and the ones that are listed on the bottom of the Hartford work plan there, those need to be done every year, once a year. Each one of those need to be, and it's easy to do because you're responsible for some, Katie, and then the rest of us will take the others and do the monitoring report on that and report back to the board. The policy book, policy manual, that he's working on, does not need to be done once a year. Because it's just way too many policies. That's all we'd be doing the whole year, the
Right.
policy updates. The SBA recommends every 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
Is fine. Anytime that they send something to us saying this is a recommended or this is a required, not the recommended ones, but the required, this is required, then we need to take care of that as quickly as possible.
And there's room in the calendar for that.
Right.
And that's usually based on legislation that occurs during that.
Yeah.
Biennium.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
So that's where it comes from.
Does
So-
that make sense to you?
Yes, so is it fair to say that next steps are that we'll get together and work on this with Aaron's help and Jacob's too? Because I think another piece of this that I know we've been talking about, Nancy, is like, all of this implicates the budget too, particularly the ends policies. And we also need to like fit in some kind of reference to the work we did last year on the vision of a graduate. You know, because I think the VOG is connected to the ends policies, so I think we need to make that understandable to everybody and connect that to allocation of resources through the budget. Because we were thinking about how there are, you know, many districts who kind of like take the budget in a piecemeal approach. And so, for example, when you're like maybe talking about the ends policy related to health and wellness and whatever that is as a part of the VOG, that maybe you're at that point talking about facilities and athletics as a part of the budget, right? So, you know, again, I don't know what makes sense in terms of organizing that over time, and Jacob's input will be important on that too, since you'd be providing that data. And we want to line up presentations from maybe, you know, Jonathan about like capital improvements and, you know, what is down the pike and how we factor in PCBs and all that stuff. But just that as an example, it seems to make sense that logically we would organize this work so all of that is aligned and ties together.
You know, because they are interrelated. And by design, you know, when the ends policies, you know, were done, you know, they were very community focused. You know, our partners were actively involved. We met in every location within the town, you know, physically the board, and we were fortunate at that time, you know, I think that things were a little different. But, you know, people, you know, we had some at the Bugby Center at the West Hartford Library. There were some tabletop discussions that people offered their yards to do. And all of that happened in the development of the ends policies. You know, and that's where they came from. So they were very community focused. And as you look at them, you can see how relevant they still are. See, that vision of the graduate is the overall ending ends policy, which is pretty cool. It's evolved that way. So,
So for me, like the ends policy would change based on the vision of the graduate a little bit. That what we're talking about?
I
That
think-
way it can tie in, and then your monitoring, which I'm looking at the presentations here, is basically reporting out on how we're meeting or not meeting those
Yeah.
points in the ends policy.
Yeah.
I think the amount of work that was put in vision of the graduate, I think we should probably evaluate the two, for sure.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that was part of the goal.
Yep.
You know, like.
Yeah, I think that's the end
in that
result
order.
is,
Because when you looked at the ends policy, the actual monitoring of that group of policies is reflected by division of intervention. So that's that connection, which is kind of cool. you know?
So what does that look like? Can I just ask a question about like in practice when we're at the board meeting? And I know we've got to wrap up, but what do the monitoring reports look like? How are those just like read publicly? Like, like I'm reporting out, Sherry knows. Okay,
Yeah.
so I report
There's
out
a
on the
piece of
executive
paper and
limitations.
it has the different sections. They've got to be
I've-
somewhere in this building.
I see, I could make one based on some of the ones that are linked. Some of the monitoring reports that are linked are also just PowerPoint presentations. Some are just a link to the policy themselves again, I think.
Right.
And I think it's our opportunity to do what we have the form. I know we have at least one copy I can
Oh,
clear out
got
and make
a
a
lot.
new one.
And that's just read at
And
the
that's-
meeting?
Just,
Yeah.
And you
in
don't even have
compliance,
to.
within compliance, yeah.
You don't even have to read it as long as it's included in the board packet.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
You can just say, I monitored BS4 and nothing changed and it was included, so people
Mhm.
that have come into the meeting, that are the public, they have a copy of it, so they can see exactly what it is. If it, especially the ones that kind of got long and drawn out. The
Yeah, I
shorter
mean,
ones were real easy
the
to read.
action is that the superintendent recommends that we are in compliance.
Right.
And the board approves that
Okay.
recommendation.
Right.
And that's what has to be recorded in here.
So the report doesn't have to be a deep dive necessarily for each policy.
But it's not a part of the consent agenda, right? It's part of governance?
Yes.
But it might seem consent agenda-ish.
Yeah, that's what it's kind of sounded consent agenda-ish to me.
Well, it's because you're doing action.
Right.
That's the ish.
Yeah. I mean, I guess my question, and this is for all of you, and this like belies my own ignorance here, I think. But my question is like, this is a lot, right? And this would be kind of like the bulk of our meeting, right? And so like when I think about that as a meeting that the public is watching, and we're going through these kind of like compliance-y oriented exercises, is this something that, I mean, I guess I'm asking you, Coach, and Nancy, and like Sherry and Jacob, those of you who have like been at a lot of these meetings, like, is that like, does the public find that meaningful? Are there ways for us to do that in ways that they do find meaningful? Or how should we be approaching these things so that they see that we're doing our due diligence and they have input into that and it's part of policy governance? I'm just like trying to envision what this looks like in practice at every meeting and what the material is and the content of those meetings are and how the public feels like they have input into that.
We just listed it in the agenda as monitoring reports, didn't we?
Right,
Yeah, I think
it's not the
yeah.
bulk of the meeting. It's not
Okay.
like there's a huge presentation.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
a snippet of.
oh, by the way, here's the monitoring report. It's been in the packet. The board approves it.
Right.
Okay.
And see,
And
that's
for
the ish.
This year, for our policies, for the required policies,
Yeah,
I want to get to a point where we don't do anything unless the SBA updated the policy.
yeah, right.
Like,
Yeah.
if they haven't updated it and neither have we, and we're in alignment with them, we're in compliance. Like, so I can
Right.
just say, hey, I looked, our versions are still identical, we're in compliance,
Yeah.
done.
Okay.
And if you put that
Right.
compliance number
Right.
in your little statement, click off your 4 boxes that it's in compliance, that's all that's needed, and you put it in the agenda and the
Okay.
pamphlet or whatever we're putting online.
Right.
You don't even have to read it, in my mind, because it's
See,
been
you don't.
warned as an electronic document at that point.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or
Okay.
it
Legally,
looked like Tom might have had some very long presentations on the ends policies, and it might have been when they were reporting back out. But the monitoring reports there are very long
Just-
PowerPoints.
Yeah.
With like harassment, bullying data, like graduate grade, test results, all that, so.
But back to your point, about, when you think about the policies, they're legislative action that goes into our annotated law for the state of Vermont. The entity that's delegated to ensure that they get completed is also part of the legislation. AOE has the first responsibility to ensure that those policies are accurate and up to date. What the SBA has done as our advocate is to provide us board members with that overview.
The model policy that meets those requirements.
Yeah.
They've used their lawyers.
And actually, they basically just, when AOE was a little more functional, they would just take the recommendations from AOE, have them reviewed, by the SBA council, and it's fortunate that our executive director is an attorney and the
Yes.
assistant, So, I mean, a lot of that was done internally. That's
Okay. Well,
I
that's
hear you though. I think like what you're saying is, how do we make sure that our meetings don't just become so business that we are losing the engagement of the community?
Yeah.
And not taking up the bulk of our time with this type of work so that we can still discuss the issues that the community cares about.
Right.
You
That
got
was
it.
well-
You already got a lot of time back for not reading the policies.
Yeah,
3 times.
exactly.
You got-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why we do the retreat. It's so that we can claw back,
Yeah,
Right.
that. Because we don't really want it to get eaten up by, the have-to-dos.
Yeah, right.
So we try to find ways to streamline as many of those have-to-dos within the guidelines.
So is it fair to say that we kind of like arbitrarily assign the monitoring of these things? Is that, Nancy, like what you think we should be doing? Like, or should you be getting feedback from everybody before we, assign these monitoring reports?
I don't know if you want to assign them until they're actually up to date and in compliance with what the
Are
audit.
you,
I'm talking about the more like the governance
are you
stuff.
talking about the policy
Yes,
governance
exactly.
policies? These different policies, this is gonna be
Those.
different than
Okay.
what we do there.
Then yours.
I think the way that we did it before is, the first meeting, wasn't it like the first meeting?
Yeah.
After we elected the chair and the thing, it's the time to say, okay, you're gonna do monitoring B4, or is it, I can't remember the initials,
Yeah.
but anyway, you're gonna do B4 and he's gonna do B7 and you're gonna be doing B6, I'll do B3, and just kind of go around and assign them right then, and we'll put it right there on the work plan. So you know in advance that, oh, I need to look at this policy because I'm gonna do the monitoring report, so I really need to pull it up and look at it, see if there needs to be any changes, or if any additions to it, or if it just needs to remain the same, so that it can go out to the board members, but it out to the public too, so that they don't, and we don't have to sit and read them all. Because they're gonna be different than what he's doing, what he is
Right.
with our other policies.
It's a different column.
Yeah, and it's because we do policy governance.
So we do that at our like September meeting? Or,
We could articulate the calendar.
Yeah. We could, yeah.
so the
that's true.
September 3rd, we should designate some time to assign the
Yeah,
monitoring
yeah.
of the governance of the board?
You know, yeah.
Okay,
And you figure you'll have the blank template, and your team will have the blank template, and you'll be able to say,
Just,
we've got X number of board meetings, and we need to cover, you know, this, and this, we'd like to do, you know, just.
Honestly, it doesn't take a whole lot of time to look at the governance policies. It's not like the policy that we just finished reading and with the transgender and the gender. Okay, it's nothing like that at all. They're very short, sweet, and I don't know about sweet, but they're short. And you can just decide, you know, it's up to you as the person that is monitoring that report, whether you think it needs to be changed. Okay? And you send it to us, and then we can either say yay or nay. What? We say yeah.
Is that true of the executive limitations too, or is that more in depth, what I present in terms of monitoring the executive limitations?
If you take a look, it should be in the drive. There. Two retreats ago, we looked at those templates. So it should be in the drive, the templates that were given by the consultant, you know, for the superintendent to use.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's up to you to design.
Okay.
You know, the piece. But like you've seen, talking to your other colleagues, some of them might have defined it a little differently and what have you, the other policy governance supers around the state. And final works for you. You know, I mean, that's the key.
Absolutely,
That's the key,
absolutely, yeah.
because at the end of the day, you know, it's your time.
Yeah.
And you've got to feel like, I just wrote this stupid thing. No, you wanted to be able to go, yeah, I nailed that. Check it out. Okay. If that makes sense. And there's some good models out there.
There's decent ones out there.
Yeah.
On the,
We have vision of a graduate continuous improvement plan and strategic plan.
That was all just gonna be like part of this conversation of what to include.
Okay, so
I'm hoping
you don't need to break it down, because I'm thinking
No.
we're not gonna be out here anytime soon if you break it down and do it tonight. Then, does anybody else have anything else? We need to go back over anything quickly.
Since we covered the drafting and falling out piece, that was pretty. No, I
The story, your story.
it's a matter of public record.
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
that's cleared up.
technically not, because you weren't online.
Oh.
With the minutes.
Well,
It's recorded.
yeah.
It'll be online.
I live to tell this story.
Well, it was one of those adventures.
That was right.
I
I
used
tell
to
my
have a very
grandchildren all the
fun
time, have at least one story, when you go to bed at night, have at least one story from the day that happened to you, because when you become older, you're gonna have some great stories to share. So they do.
Every night I tell another story about when I was,
There you go.
I have to make some of them PG, but.
Yes.
Preface it with
But you still do it, right?
Yeah, right.
Exactly. I think it's really,
And you're still living.
does anyone have anything else?
Let's see. It is old shit.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
No need for a second? No need for a vote?